Okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you to the boardroom and the supervisors meeting for September 9th. And I would ask, first of all, I'm going to ask you guys to forgive us for being slightly discombobulated this morning. That's what happens when you let us be off for a little while. We forget how to do things. So is everyone settled enough that we can start? I would ask that we all rise, please, and join Chaplain William Glazer from the Ventura County Sheriff's Department for the invocation. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning. Several hundred years ago, God spoke these words. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. Let us pray. Almighty God, our land needs healing. Problems and strife are increasing day by day. Men's hearts are feeling them, and there seems to be no solution. Heavenly Father, we come before you this day and humble ourselves in your sight. We pray and seek your face. Give us as a nation, as a county, and as individuals, the wisdom to turn from our wicked ways. We beseech you, Lord, to hear from heaven and heal our land. We pray that everything that takes place here today will be according to your will and for the benefit of all that live in this beautiful county. Lord, bless us, keep us, make your face to shine upon us, be gracious unto us, lift up your face upon us, and give us peace. In Jesus' name we pray and give you thanks from the bottom of our hearts. Amen.
Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. Would you all please join me in the pledge to our flag and this great nation? Hand over heart. Ready, begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you all. We'll get back in harness here in a minute. I have a motion and a second on the minutes. Is there any folding, stapling, spindling, or mutilating? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Agenda review. Mr. Johnston, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. The agenda stands with the exception of item 41, which we request be continued to next week.
And Madam Chair,
yes.
I would also like to pull agenda item 50. When I submitted that agenda item, we were operating under, we had 6 alternatives that had been identified, but that was in a draft EIR. The final EIR is not available, so I think it's certainly appropriate for us to wait until we have the final EIR before we take a position on that. Item 50.
50. Okay,
That's
so we will remove item 50.
The oil and gas leasing thing until we have the final.
Okay. Anything further from board members? Okay. I do have one item. Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just like to pull 24 for discussion.
Item 24 for
I have a couple questions on that.
Okay, item 24. Okay. Anything else? Okay. I also have an item that is a request for an off-agenda item. The county, through the county counsel's office, became aware of a need to take immediate action on the cases of City of Calabasas et al. Versus Ventura County et al., Riverside Superior Court case, etc. I will submit this to the record. And we had this information after the agenda was posted. There is a need to hear this item this week, as there may be some actions, and the board needs to discuss this litigation. So with that, I would move that we add this item to our closed session for today.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. I have 3 seconds, so I guess it passes. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Therefore, the item will be on the agenda. The title of the item is City of Calabasas et al. Versus Ventura County et al. Riverside Court, case number as recorded and given to the clerk of the board for the record. Okay. With that, now that I've gotten my agenda totally out of order, because I was looking for, bear with me, I'll get there. Aha, there it is. Okay. Next item is the consent calendar. Would we like to discuss item 24 first? And I do have a card on consent. Supervisor Parks, your concerns.
Yes, I just had a question. I know Mr. Britt is here. As I read the report, it talks about and requests $150,000, though they're anticipating it only costing $75,000 for the emergency repair of the bridge. But when I look at the project costs that are estimated on page 3 of that report, it references $200,000, not $150,000. So I was wondering what the discrepancy is.
The $75,000 was the estimate for the construction contract based on very, very preliminary engineering estimates. In an emergency project like this, where we don't have detailed design and specs, it is quite common that the costs of the construction contract, as we run into unknown factors, could go up. We still don't have the fish and game agreement and various other parts of it. Rather than enter into an effort like this where we get a contractor and get emergency work going and be stopped in midstream, we're asking for the authority with those unknowns up to $150,000. We would normally go about 10 or 15% higher, and in this case, because of the emergency conditions, particularly with the winter rains coming on, we ask for a higher authority. That's not the estimated contract amount. That's the contract authority on a one-time basis that we're asking for.
And I understand that, and it is an emergency, and we have received a letter in support of that. But what my question is that on page 3 of the report, the total is $200,000.
Yes, ma'am. That's the total project cost based on the estimated construction cost of $75,000. That includes the amounts shown there.
So the request for $150,000
is for contract authority.
Is for the contract authority, and the $200,000 is?
That's the total estimated project cost.
So you're anticipating maybe another $50,000 requests coming forward?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I guess I'm missing something. Just that it mentions $200,000, you're requesting $150,000, but you don't need the $200,000, or $50,000 is already available.
The $150,000 is for contract authority. The total project cost is $200,000. We need one-time authority to be able to award a contract, for Mr. Coombs to be able to award a contract beyond his currently designated authority, up to, in this case, $150,000.
Does he already have authority for $50,000?
He has authority up to $100,000 on emergency contracts.
Okay. And you're requesting $150,000, and that should be sufficient?
We're pretty
more than sufficient.
Confident, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on that item?
I'll go ahead and move the item.
Okay, I have a motion. Oh, wait, time. I apologize. I have a card on this item. Sanger Hedrick, before we take action, we have to have you speak, sir.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here to address you. And basically, there's a number of other property owners here today also. We're all here in support of the request for an emergency status for repairs. this seems like a very logical time to get it done when the water flows are down, easier to get in and get things taken care of. We're feeling that if we have to wait for the regular procedures to get repairs done, it would probably be a year from now, and it's a significant restriction on our ability to farm in there right now. There's probably 6 or 8 property owners farming about 500 acres, so it's pretty significant diversified agricultural area, and we really would appreciate taking action to move forward on this as quickly as possible. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I have no further cards on the consent agenda or this item in particular, so I have a motion. I have a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries, and this is very critical. I was contacted by several of the active ranchers saying that they absolutely had to have this done because of the current 10-ton limit on the bridge.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
If I might just add, I appreciate the folks who showed up today and the letters that were sent, and I really appreciate Butch's leadership on this, and that it's always been a difficult bridge to deal with, and the long-standing history with this one, but I think this will help in many ways with a quick solution, as quick as can be with Public Works and all the agencies engaged, but I sure appreciate your work on it, Butch.
Supervisor Parks, you had comment?
No, but I noticed that item 30 is part of the consent calendar, and I wanted to ask a question about that, too, if I may.
Oh, certainly. Okay, let's move to item 30 and address your question, and then we can take the remainder of the calendar.
No, if someone from Public Works staff might be able to answer this, maybe Mr. Crowley's here, but this item is regarding entering into an MOA with the Callegas Watershed Management Plan, Salt Works Plan specifically. And reading through the report, it talks about our share in the plan is roughly $51,000. And what I'm wondering is the project itself isn't specified. Is this the brine line, and will our share of that be coming forward, the cost for that? And if you'd like to get back to me later, that would be fine too.
I would like to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, it's not the brine line. What it is it's a consortium working on the TMDL issue for salts and doing the research and working with Regional Water Quality Control to come to, hopefully, an agreement on the requirements for the TMDL. And so it's the research and the personnel and all of that, and our share is the 51. It's not the brine line. It's merely because the potential for these TMDLs is so drastic in costs to the public agencies. The POTWs and other agencies have agreed to get together and have worked with Regional Quality Control Board and gotten their agreement to work this issue locally so that they ultimately make the right decision on what the total daily load will be. And so that's what this project is.
And so this is the planning portion. We'll probably have more of this coming back when we come to the actual project portion, which hasn't yet been decided.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I just have
Yes,
one
sir?
point. I assume that the Groundwater Management Agency is involved with this?
They are paying attention to
Yes,
this
they're
item
part
as
of
well.
the group.
Because that's their charge. No, the charge of the agency is groundwater quantity and quality protection. So.
Right, and they're an active member in the watershed planning process, so I'm sure they're involved. Okay, are you comfortable with that? Okay. Yes, ma'am? Do you have a question?
A different item on consent I'd like to comment on. I know.
Well, let's go ahead and since we
yes,
pulled it off, do I have a motion for
Yeah,
approval?
I'll move the item. That's
Okay.
30.
Which one is that?
And I'll
Item
second
30.
it. This is item 30 that was just discussed.
Right.
Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. And Supervisor Long, your item.
I wasn't going to mention this, but since Mr. Johnson just gave me the answer I was looking for, item 27, which is very much just a cursory revisions to the bond book 5th edition. Noted in item 27 that there's references made on some of the documents, specifically starting with D4, D6, et cetera, and it starts out, "Know all men by these presents." So I asked if, is that something we legally are bound to, that phrase? And Mr. Johnson and legal counsel checked into it and said no, and we can change it to "Know all persons by these presents." So I would like that to be included as a revision.
We have a motion and a second on changing the verbiage. Any opposition? Seeing none. Now for the item itself. Do we have a motion for approval?
Motion for approval. Second.
Motion and second. Any opposition? Seeing none. The remainder of the consent, are there any other questions on consent? Before I blow this whole thing. Okay. Then I would take a motion on the remainder of the consent agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Consent agenda has been dealt with. Next item is item 6, public comments. Do I have cards for public comment? Okay. Okay. We have a very compressed morning. We have several presentations. We have 11 o'clock APCD meeting. And the normal routine is to start public comment and then stop it, and move on to our time certain agenda. What I'm going to request is that people who wish to speak limit their comments to 3 minutes under public comment. I have several cards. It's already 10 minutes to 9. And if you can do it in less than 3, it would be greatly appreciated, so I don't have to hold all of you over all afternoon, because I have no idea when we would get back to it after we start the regular agenda. So with that, Debbie Lennon.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Lennon, and I live in the Ojai area. And on a daily basis, I drive past the Honor Farm and have done so for 29 years. My husband Tom and I have raised our 5 children in the Ojai Valley, with the children attending public and private schools. Our oldest child is 32 years old, and his name is Tommy. At 17, Tommy had a surfing accident that caused trauma to the right frontal lobe of his brain. His behavior became extreme, was self-medicating, and his school attendance diminished. He graduated continuation school but did not complete City College. The self-medicating had taken him to an extreme lifestyle of homelessness and living on the streets, never having arrests due to a crime against another person except himself. Tommy was sent to prison and diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and placed on the mental side of the prison, where he was abused due to his manic episodes. Tommy was never put on medication. In January of this year, our son was released to us off of parole and in a manic state due to the extreme stress. While incarcerated, our son had a break with reality, and he was now delusional, and he thought there was a movie being filmed of his life. Tommy wasn't home 24 hours and was hospitalized at Hillmont, where we were given conservatorship over him. Tommy qualified for a dual diagnosis program in Sylmar. There were no secured facilities in the Ventura County that would treat his delusions, bipolar disorder, and addictions. Tommy went into the secured facility in Sylmar June of this year. His first day there, he called to tell us he had bipolar disorder he had never acknowledged before. A month ago, Tommy called to tell us he was no longer delusional. Our son was back in reality, and I compare the experience to that of a loved one waking from a coma. We travel 1 to 1.5 hours each way to visit our son once a week. Tommy is still on conservatorship. He would not be allowed to remain in the secured facility if he wasn't on conservatorship. And there has to be a plan. And there has to be a planned next step for Tommy before he can be released. It's called a board and care. If all stays on course, our son has a future. please allow fellow human beings, like our son Tommy, to be housed in a secured facility in our community and embraced. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Lori Zimmerman.
Hi, my name's Lori Zimmerman. I've been a resident of Ojai for 16 years. I'm a mother of 2 teenagers and a freelance writer. And I've been doing contract work for Turning Point Foundation in Ventura, one of the only private agencies providing housing and services to the mentally ill and homeless in the county for many years. I've recently learned a disturbing new prospect faces my family, my neighbors in the Ojai Valley. For 16 years, my family's lived within a half-mile of the Honor Farm. Never did I give a second thought to letting my kids play outside or ride their bikes to friends' houses because I knew the Sheriff's Department took their obligation to protect the neighborhood very seriously. After the Honor Farm closed in July, I began to notice newspaper articles about Supervisors Bennett and Parks proposing it be used to house the mentally ill. I was stunned that the supervisor who represents Ojai would propose such a use for a facility that is approved to house up to 430 inmates. Neighbors began calling, a citizens group was formed, and we began learning what all this meant. Through discussions with Mr. Bennett, we discovered it had nothing to do with housing the homeless. Rather, we found the county wants to create a locked mental facility that can serve patients currently housed outside the county, thus saving money. We learned these facilities house the most serious mentally ill patients, including those transitioning from state prisons, without the benefit of security by public law enforcement. Research into the facilities to which the county currently sends these patients has revealed disturbing statistics: high AWOL rates, curbside release often resulting in homelessness, and shocking crime rates. But how, I wondered, could I express doubts about such a proposal without appearing uncompassionate, selfish, and politically incorrect? Or worse, believing myself to be all these things? I struggled with these feelings for weeks, and here's my answer. I don't believe anyone should have a facility of this type placed in the middle of their neighborhood. Obviously, patients requiring acute mental health care need appropriate facilities, but my research has uncovered study after study, from the U.S. Surgeon General to Johns Hopkins University to the Center for Healthcare Strategies, which have all concluded that smaller, scattered site facilities, as opposed to high-density facilities, are favored by mental health advocacy groups because they reduce stigma and facilitate community integration. Even if such a large-scale facility is deemed advantageous, several factors make the Honor Farm inappropriate for such a use, including the fact it sits among family neighborhoods near 2 schools and 3 senior communities. In addition, this facility is just too large. Even if a small-scale mental health facility were to be established, the temptation to expand it and bring in more revenue would be too great.
You need to sum up, please.
Okay. I respectfully request the Ventura County Board of Supervisors direct the county CEO to include in this project's feasibility study the possible impacts of the project on the surrounding community and the greater Ojai Valley, including expected impacts on Ojai's public services, and
Thank
also
you for your
to
comments.
solicit
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ricky Strandfeld.
My name is Ricky Strandfeld, and I'm also a mother, a resident of the Ojai Valley in the area above the Honor Farm, the unincorporated portion of the valley. I work as a volunteer for the mentally ill, and I am a realtor. I'm also a member of the ad hoc committee for options for the Honor Farm. All of us know someone who suffers from mental illness, a family member, a friend, and perhaps ourselves. It is not an easy task, and most of us find that we cannot provide direct care. Families leave it to someone else. Communities struggle with obligation and concern, trying to take care of their portion of the population alienated from their own family members. In an effort to save the county budget, is public safety going to be sacrificed? Will a knee-jerk, single-focused study decision by the Board of Supervisors place an inappropriate facility near family and senior neighborhoods? Tours are already given to eager companies who want to run the private mental institution using our state tax dollars. I have a few thoughts I would like to put before you before the board in an effort to help each of you understand why we are so concerned about the housing of the mentally ill and criminally insane at the Honor Farm site. Imagine it is your community, your children, your grandchildren, your elderly parent. The Honor Farm site would no longer be a medium-risk women's prison with county sheriff's department guards. Feeding off our tax dollars, private companies may only provide contracted entry security guards and hospital staff to supervise individuals deemed to be a danger to themselves and others. We have learned these mental health facilities have AWOL or escape rates higher than that of a prison. Do you agree or disagree that some kind of warning system or alarm should alert you if an AWOL sexual predator or someone now off medication is in your neighborhood? Do you agree or disagree that the county will need to take responsibility for negligence and endangerment? The locked facility Mr. Bennett states he would support houses the most severely troubled and mentally ill adults from throughout this and other counties. No prison guards allowed, regardless of what he wants. They are not the typical schizophrenic or other diagnosed individual who responds and welcomes treatment. They are the mentally ill you read about in the newspaper, the exception, the dangerous, and curbside release is standard practice. This is next door to your house. Do you agree or disagree that this will put
You need to start summing up, please.
an abnormally high number of severely mentally ill onto your streets and small community rather than back into the patient's community of origin? Does this exponential increase change your feeling of security while your teenage daughter is home alone and you're attending the Board of Supervisors meeting? Do you agree or disagree that you would continue to allow your children to walk home from school or the bus stop with a friend, ride the bike paths, or take the trolley into town and have no added worry?
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up. Glenn Fischera? I probably murdered that. Oh, thanks. All these years of practice.
That's because that's what she just asked me, was how to pronounce it.
Was Glenn. I had the Fischera. It was the Glenn I was worried about.
Good. Well, you got that one right, too.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm not sure if the Board of Supervisors is aware of how much time Mr. Bennett has been putting towards this information, but since you've been dark, we've met with Mr. Bennett, I believe now 4 times, and regarding this subject. During this whole meeting and when we first were trying to gather information on this, we asked questions at the first meeting about what kind of proposal that we were looking at that was going to be put in for the Honor Farm. Is it going to be a lockdown facility? Is it going to have curbside release? What kind of people are going to be housed there? And Mr. Bennett got back in touch with us. He didn't know at that time what exactly the classifications were. Generally just said that I'm just proposing this. And it's kind of interesting that that type of approach was put down, because at the second meeting he assured us that it was going to be a lockdown facility, that it was going to house 2350 patients, and that it would be approximately 40 people. So now from where we are, that he doesn't know what kind of a proposal it was, to now it's going to be a lockdown facility. Well, in our research, we have found out, quote unquote, what lockdown means. And just to read off about some of the statistics that's been looking at, the scarier ones that we have found is that in the lockdown facility with Crestwood, which is one of the areas where we house our people right now, there were over 1,351 contacts with police recorded at 9 of their 16 facilities. And that included 11 rapes and a homicide in a locked facility. That, to me, kind of sends up a red flag. It's like, what have you started here? What are you looking at in a neighborhood facility that is within a mile of 2 schools, within a mile of 3 mobile home parks, in a family neighborhood? We're not trying to be insensitive to the mentally ill. What we're just trying to say is, have you taken a look at the industry standards? Some of the industry standards that we have found are high recidivism rates, high escape rates. Let me just grab one. People who are convicted of serious felonies, people who are convicted of various offenses. The information that we're getting here is that it's not just going to be a facility for the mentally ill. We found that these facilities are housing and have AWOLs that are unacceptable. Not for this type of neighborhood. I'm not insensitive to it. I think that we can just find a better location for this. If, while you're looking over these final things, please look at the industry standards. Please look at the people that you are considering to run these facilities. Please ask them.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Oh. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline LeBear? I said LeBear. Is that even close? Okay. I'm sorry?
Le Bourveau.
Okay.
L-E-B. I want to thank you for inviting all of us here to express our opinions. In my case, my opinions are my feelings. I have not done the research but relied on others who have done it so eloquently. I stand here with feelings about the way we've been presented a choice that seems not to allow all of us to go into a place of compassion. I fully believe that everybody that came into this room has a great and deep compassion for the mentally ill. We have been presented a no-win solution. We need to be allowed to co-create with Steve Bennett and Kathy Long a win-win solution. I work with youth at risk. I have visited maximum security prisons in the state of California. There are ways to create internal and external safety to our community. I've lived all over this country. I've lived in different countries throughout the world. This is one of the most compassionate and eloquent communities in which I have ever lived. But before we can be at our best, at our deepest, at our sweetest, if you will, we have to be guaranteed the safety of all of our children. We're being given a choice to take care of someone else's son or someone else's daughter within community. I don't like that choice. I want to be able to support the youth in our community as well that have severe substance abuse problems and are going to jail. That is not appropriate to me. That someone from a wealthy and intelligent community like Ojai sends away their children, their young adults, when they're crying out in need. I think that's what the Ojai Valley wants to serve. I think it is being asked to serve, and we are demanding that you guarantee the safety of our village so that we can guarantee the safety of all people that need our care. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Irene King?
Yes, good morning, supervisors. Mr. Johnson, Linda Shulman, are you here, Linda? I don't see her. May I offer a few words about the now vacant Ojai Honor Farm? First, I applaud Supervisor Bennett and Supervisor Parks for their interest in this, and also Supervisor Bennett for fielding questions from the upset and panicking neighbors in Ojai last Tuesday. It was not really a surprise, nor was it unexpected. The NIMBY attitude has always been alive and well in California. I know firsthand that that is not true of the entire community because I have friends in Ojai too. But I did receive a call from an Ojai City Council member yesterday who was surprised at the negativity of the townspeople. The Ojai Honor Farm, from all indications, could be converted for the mentally ill quite easily, and it would be cost effective. That is what we must look to in our county. For the county to sell the land at this time would be short-sighted when real estate for housing is so scarce. To find land and build a secure facility at another area would be more than triple the cost to the county. When Camp State was closed, it was indicated that alternate housing would be found for patients. Most were located out of our county, some as far away as Orange County, making it difficult indeed for parents to visit. I understand that the Ojai residents are fearful of property values going down drastically if the facility is modified for the mentally ill. That is a scare tactic. There are people lined up waiting to buy real estate at any price, homes, but especially in locations such as Ojai. I find it strange that the neighbors were able to tolerate lawbreakers at the Honor Farm for many years without incidents, but now are fearful of having the mentally ill in their midst. All of the occupants would be on medication to treat their illness and therefore docile and harmless. What is a danger to a community is when the mentally ill are unsupervised, receiving no medication, have no housing to keep them off the street. I wish everyone could observe the suffering of the mentally ill for a 24-hour period and their minds might change. We have become a me society. Rarely do I hear anyone say, there but for the grace go I. Okay, one sentence here. It would be morally wrong not to utilize this property to the best of our abilities, and please do this and not let the opportunity slip through our fingers. Thank you.
Carol Lupino.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing us to come and speak to you. I also am speaking about the Honor Farm. I do understand the people's fears. I truly do. Because unfortunately, the only thing you ever hear about people with NBD, that dreaded word, mental illness, is the fact that they've done something terrible, whether it be New York, Chicago, Los Angeles. That's all you hear. Now, on that day, that whatever incident occurred, I guarantee you there were probably hundreds of crimes done in that city, from minor to very major. But they didn't make our news, and we don't hear about that. We don't hear about the hundreds and hundreds of things that happen throughout this county that people do to people. I can count on my fingers the things that the mentally ill have done. There's no way I could count on my fingers what the general population has done. Any article, anything you read statistically as far as crimes, it's like every 5 minutes somebody is raped, every minute and a half somewhere in this country something is done. You hear this repeatedly. I guarantee you, if it's done by somebody that's mentally ill, we will hear about it. But all the other crimes, all the other minutes and a halves that these things have happened, we don't hear about that. The bad and only the ugly part of mental illness is what the general public sees. And that is sad, because there are doctors, lawyers, there are many professional people, as well as ordinary maids that are mentally ill but able and can function and control their symptoms because they receive the care and the support that they need. I went to the East team. LaDonna Casey, which is a client, at our last fair in this county, won third prize for her cookies, won 11 second and third prizes for her crafts. This person is a very ill person, but she receives the help she needs. People don't have to be afraid of the people on the Honor Farm. These people are going to be cared for. These people are going to receive what they need to help. What they need to fear is the neighbor they don't know about. And I don't mean just mental illness. The neighbor that they don't know, the so-called normal person. We have to house our people. We need the jobs in this county. We need the housing in this county. And that is a perfect spot to do this.
Thank you. Your
Both
time is up.
Thank you.
Lou Matthews?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Johnson. My name is Lou Matthews, and I live in Ventura. I'm a member of NAMI Ventura County. And Jim and I, my husband and I, attended the meeting that was held last Tuesday. And with all due respect to the people who are here today and spoke against this, I have to say that I was appalled, and I left there very saddened. My son had gone to school in the very building that we were meeting in, and he is now has schizophrenia. I felt that Mr. Bennett was badly treated that evening. He was not allowed to come, or at least this meeting apparently was planned when he was away. He had held meetings, and he had held it with those community people. But this panel, there was no one on that panel to speak for the other side or to calm the fears that were clearly ratcheted up by that panel of speakers. The Los Angeles Times this morning stated that Ojai Valley has very talented, gifted, skilled people, and we have heard that today. These people do their homework, but they are looking at one side of things. I hope that, and they have been successful in turning back other projects for development. And I urge this board to stand pat. This truly is a moral issue. And when I saw in today's Los Angeles Times that some of the proposals were for a park, an equestrian center, or something else for fish, I guess, it was like a slap in the face. We have residents that are being placed out of the county. They are ill, and they need to be brought back. And so I hope that you will stand pat and not fold to this organized effort to turn back the proposal to put our ill people on the Anna farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Matthews?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. I hadn't intended to speak today, but after listening to some of the citizens from Ojai that are opposed to this project, I'm just in astonishment. And I, too, was at that meeting on Tuesday. And I understand their fears, but I don't think they know very much about mental illness. And as Carol Lapino said, the real problem is not having places for the mentally ill. I mean, that's what they should fear. The people in their community being placed all around them with no place to go. And I, too, would be against any criminal element being placed in that facility, but I don't think you as a board are going to do that. And I know Mr. Bennett is not. That's not what we're talking about. We just came back from a conference down south, Lou and I hear the same story everywhere. There's lack of housing, and that's an important thing. And I have 3 grandchildren, and if you don't think for 1 minute I wouldn't want them protected, you're wrong. But I can remember one thing that our late President Franklin Roosevelt said, and he said, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And I would suggest that these citizens are so upset that they meet with Mr. Bennett and you on the board. And many of us in NAMI would be glad to meet with them, because I don't think they have to worry about anything really. The real worry is if you don't take care of them and they allow them to wander around the streets. So I thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Pardon me, that's the last card that I have. Supervisor Bennett, I'm going to wrap board comments, and I'm sure everyone wishes to comment on this item. So I'm moving into board comments. We'll start with Mr. Bennett, move to Mr. Flynn, and hopefully be done by 9:30.
I appreciate you taking me first with board comments. I know one of the issues is our county council will be concerned about how many people comment about a particular topic as we move forward. So I think I really appreciate being able to go first. I do a quick aside before I make my comments about the Honor Farm campaign finance reform. Supreme Court heard that yesterday, a special 4-hour hearing. Just want to remind everybody that we talked about our document being a living document. If the Supreme Court makes a ruling that suggests we should make modifications, we certainly stand ready to do that. But with regards to the Honor Farm, I would like to point out a few things to the board. There have been a number of meetings up in the Ojai Valley on this topic. And I'd like to address a couple of things. First of all, how the options will be handled. As we know, as this kind of issue comes up for us, whenever we have to study what are the options to, for example, Lewis Road, et cetera, we do not have the resources to do a feasibility study on every option that is out there. The CEO, what I've talked with the CEO about and the way he's going to handle the issue of the options, I think is consistent with where we've been on these other issues. As anybody presents an option out there, it will be added to a list at the CEO. Every time I get options, I pass them over to the CEO, and those options will be provided to us when the results of the study come back, so that we know what are other potential things that have been proposed, and from there we can make some determinations about what's, if we're going forward with this, what's compatible. But at least we will be aware of all those, and we may narrow it down and say, okay, we want a feasibility study on these two other things or whatever. But I wanted to make it clear that he is compiling that list and has agreed to make that available, but that we don't have the resources to do a feasibility study on everything at this point in time. I'm also sensitive to the fact that we have a state budget crisis, and our state budget crisis is going to evolve. With the recall campaign out there, we have all of the gubernatorial candidates claiming that they're going to repeal the VLF, the car tax. Some of them are going to replace it one way, others are not going to replace it at all. All of them will have a significant impact on our budget, depending on how they do that. It's very difficult for us to make commitments, and understand what the budget crisis is going to be until that gets resolved. There will be a special legislature a special session of the legislature probably called right after the recall election. But to help the board sort of get a feel, in my mind, for where we are, or not where we are, but some of the events that have happened in the Ojai Valley, I've passed out to you just that packet that just went out. And if I could draw your attention, the first thing is a letter that was written by a resident, Amy Hagan, in the Ojai Valley. And one of the statements in the letter was that the Honor Farm has a newly renovated building that would serve, it's the highlighted, to serve as a psychiatric jail. The people it will serve are some of the most dangerous and violent people in California. Then if you jump down to the bottom, Supervisor Bennett is proposing placing dangerous and violent people, including sex offenders, in a facility guarded only by nurses and medical staff. I think I find it unfortunate that we're at a spot where people are saying what is being proposed. All we're doing is a feasibility study. We don't know what the feasibility study will say is feasible. We don't know what population for sure will be there. Certainly the focus of the study, and parsing words is important, the focus of the study is the fact that we have 40 or 50 people that we're sending outside of the county. But it is a feasibility study. We want to know what populations is it feasible to serve financially there, et cetera. And we don't know what we have until we get that information back. That uncertainty is frustrating for people. And I really appreciate the comments of, and I'm sorry I can't pronounce your last name, Jacqueline, whatever comments that she made. I think this is more complex than simply a NIMBY issue. And what makes it difficult to respond to is the fact that the whole issue of mental illness is a complex issue in terms of complex definitions, ever-changing state laws, regulations, ever-changing state financing. And so when people ask for 100% guarantees that something never ever will happen, I'm very reluctant because there is so much distrust of politicians, they're very reluctant to ever be able to do that. But I believe with great confidence that any facility, if any facility is feasible, that the security will be clearly and properly addressed. And when that happens, I believe that that the comments like Jacqueline made will be there. I think that you will find the Ojai community saying, if the security issues are properly addressed, that you will see that compassion rise up and et cetera. But we can't even begin to go down that road until we get through the feasibility study. What is the population? What are the security things that should be out there, et cetera? We don't know what that proposal will be at this point in time. I look forward to getting that information, and I have three things in the packet. One, I think this letter, which typifies some of the comments that are being made by some of the people up there that have already gone to the conclusion that it will definitely be the most violent people in California, et cetera. I would offer that we are responsible for medical treatment. We are not the state prison. We don't handle the state prison. We are medical treatment oriented. I would offer to you the second thing in the packet that I passed out to you. The second thing in the packet is a letter, a form letter that the committee, three of which members spoke to us today, passed out at their meeting last Tuesday, asking people to sign them and return them to them. I highlighted it there, and it states in there, the second paragraph, I feel this is an inappropriate location for this type facility and urge you to find an alternate location. Some people have taken that position that they are certain this is not the right location. That is a legitimate position for people to take, but some people have taken that position. I certainly can't take that position until we have a feasibility study back and have a lot more information about security, et cetera. And I believe that that's where the board would be also. So we, unfortunately, in my mind, there are people in that, and it's fine to have that position, but if they combine it with, and the way I'm going to stop this is by having these really strong statements made, knowing what is going to happen in terms of security. That's what becomes difficult. Final thing I have in there is an editorial from the Star Free Press yesterday, and in case the board didn't see it, and I just highlight the last sentence of it, part of the solution to this problem may or may not be found at the Honor Farm. Until the facts are in, though, the residents should temper their rhetoric, and we should keep an open mind to this. I am committed to trying to make sure this process stays as open as possible as we go through this. I've had a public meeting, and I will have future public meetings in Ojai to deal with this particular issue. Thank you very much for the lengthy board comment. I normally like to do that. Thank you.
I understand. Do you have an adjournment?
What's that?
Do you have adjournments?
Oh. I'd like to adjourn in memory of the people on this list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Flynn.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on my list also. And just a comment about the finance reform, which I voted for. What concerns me is the usual topic discussed everywhere is soft money. What are we going to do about that? The Sheriff's Association has come out opposed to my candidacy, yet they have a whole bunch of money there for different uses against candidates, not directly, but indirectly. So I'm really concerned about that. I hope that we would do things in a civil manner and not put dirty ads in the paper and on television and so forth. But my main concern today is the issue we have before us. We don't really have it before us yet. I felt Frank shaking me like this. But we have to comment on it. Absolutely have to comment on it. It's a difficult issue. And we all come with a set of values. And those values are formed by and impact us by many, many things. But there's one value I think that we all share. everyone in this room and everyone in Ventura County. And that value is this: from the womb to the tomb, we are brothers and sisters. Everyone who exists in this county. We have some brothers and sisters who need help. We have some brothers and sisters who are parents of the mentally ill. We have some brothers and sisters who are relatives of the mentally ill. We are going to, it's a charge that this board takes very seriously, that we have to find a way to treat people, give them treatment, give them therapy, give them medication. We don't know if this facility is going to be open, as Mr. Bennett says, until the report and feasibility comes to us. Then we make that decision. But we do know one thing, that we are going to have to find a way to treat people medically and also to treat them with therapy. We don't have that today. We have some of it. The parents who, is that your phone?
I apologize. I am in deep stuff. I forgot to turn my phone off, and I'm the one that's always railing at people for leaving their phones on. So I apologize. I locked the keys. I just didn't turn the ringer off. Sorry.
I
apologize,
my phone here and
Supervisor
it's
Flynn.
off.
I taught you well. I just didn't learn myself.
Okay, I'll try to continue here. But this is a very serious matter. We're not voting yes or no today. All we're doing is talking about a feasibility study, and it has to be done. It must be done. We must find a place somewhere in Ventura County to do the treatment that I talked about, and that the experts talked about, and that our mental health board talks about all the time, because they're a board membership who comes from all over the county, including Ojai, Ventura, Thousand Oaks, and so forth. We have a major issue. The parents of the mentally ill, you heard some of them this morning. We have to relate to those parents. I've been meeting with them for a long time. They never give up on their children. Never. They're always there. But they have issues that they need our help on, and we're going to have to provide that help. I know when we worked hard in this county to build Las Posadas, and a lot of people worked on that. We never heard any opposition from the city of Camarillo on that issue, nor from the people who live in Camarillo. And yet Las Posadas is in that area on Lewis Road, on the way to the university, and it cares for about 31 people. And it gives them the kind of treatment that we're talking about. We have people walking around Ventura County without medication, without treatment, and we've got to provide that. You've got to help us. We want to listen to you, but you've got to help us do this. And I know that you will, because you are compassionate, and we need that. But we need more than compassion. We need action, and we've got to do it within the next year. Thank you.
Okay. We don't do that in here. Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. First, I would request that the board close in honor of the people on the list before you. I have 4 people, actually, I'd like to call attention to in that list. Calvin Alquist, who participated in the D-Day invasion of Normandy at Omaha Beach, where he was wounded in action trying to save another soldier who had been hit. He was awarded the Purple Heart and Bronze Star with the Oak Leaf Cluster for heroism in the invasion on Normandy. Also, we lost Commander Ernest William Barker, who has given the community of Thousand Oaks some very valuable property at a major intersection. He was also a veteran, entered the Navy at 17 in the Korean War and submarine service. Also, Merle E. Stafford. He was with the United States Air Force, outstanding pilot, one of an elite group chosen to fly the P-47 Thunderbolt He was shot down over Italy and was a prisoner of war until he escaped. He received many awards and medals during his distinguished career. And also our community lost a wonderful advocate for open government, Phyllis Every, and her. I know all the people on the list. We feel for the families, and I would like to make sure that we do honor them with the closing. Also regarding comments, first I also want to thank Supervisor Long for attending a perchlorate hearing that the Regional Water Quality Control Board had at the City of Thousand Oaks. I also know Chair Michaels had a staff member there. It was a very informative meeting. Dennis Dickerson with the Regional Board was there. And it was nice to have the ability to have them hear from the public and also very, very forthrightly give us responses then and there. So that was very much appreciated by the community. And I know they also had subsequent hearings in Simi Valley. I'd also like to comment on, I know Supervisor Flynn was commenting about the actions of political action committees, PACs. And I know that our campaign ordinance also limits PACs by requiring that they establish a separate bank account with checks of contributions that can't exceed what our campaign ordinance has required, which I believe is $600. Additionally, PAC committees are supposed to also be online, available on the web so people can see where the contributions are coming from. And I think campaigns especially, it's really important to be able for the community to follow the money. Regarding the Ojai Honor Farm, I really didn't see this proposal as a financial decision. First and foremost, I saw it as a compassionate choice that we can consider. It's to help ill people. It's compassion for ill people and for the families of ill people. This isn't for criminals. Matter of fact, criminals used to be there. And what brought this forward, among other reasons, is the fact that the Ojai Honor Farm, which had women criminals in it, had 30% of those women on psychiatric medication. We lock up criminally ill people in our jails. Matter of fact, the only place where we can lock mentally ill people are in our jails because there isn't a hospital to treat them. And I think we need to find a hospital that we can treat our mentally ill people, a location for a hospital. And security is a concern, and it's something that we will address. And I do hope that the feasibility study shows that this is an option because we are looking for an option and that we will have the sufficient, adequate security so that the people who live in Ojai aren't going to be concerned. And I agree, having people roam the streets mentally ill is something that we as a community should not have. If we can provide them a facility where we can treat them, that's what we need to do. And that's the fullness of my comments, and I thank the board for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Long.
Yes, good morning and thank you, and good to be back, I think. Summer's over. Quick comment on the campaign finance issues. I think that I would hope that we will learn and hear something from the Supreme Court that might give us some direction on the soft money issue, because it is a serious one and concern, and one that is not addressed at this point, cannot be addressed. But we know it does clearly impact, and many times negatively on campaign races and issues. In respect to the comments we heard this morning, and I won't take much time because I think it's been said, I think this board has an obligation, both a responsibility as the government leaders and also a moral responsibility that we all share in this community to take care of all those in need, whether their illness be a mental illness or a physical illness, and that it is a disease and an illness and not a crime. And unfortunately, because of many other policy decisions made over the last 20 years, it has been made into a crime, and we are incarcerating people because of their illness, and that is not a good way to serve people and protect them and to help them to recover and lead as best a life as possible, as we've heard from many parents over the years as they continue to support their families and their children who are mentally ill. So I know that this board will be very conscious of the concerns raised. Public safety is of concern, and we will address that and whatever decision we make with the use of the Honor Farm site. And the curbside release issue was clearly pointed out and will be addressed. And at the end of the day, my concern here is expectations, both for those who don't wish to have, who've already taken a position and raised some concerns, and those who care, or the families who we've heard from in the advocacy of AMI, that we don't raise expectations, because at the end of the day, the facility may not be a usable site for a variety of reasons, perhaps different from what have been even raised today. But we are the leadership and the responsibility to do the analysis, to do the feasibility, and we owe that both to the services that we are obligated and responsible to offer to those in need, and we owe that to the community at large to do so. So we'll certainly move ahead with the identified issues and the analysis, I hope. And then I'd ask the board to adjourn in memory of the list proposed that I'll put forth, but I have just three real quickly to note, because they are of note, and that's Clarence Slayton III. He passed away suddenly. He was a 28-year veteran of the Oxnard Fire Department, a battalion chief, lived in Camarillo. And for David Martin Gershader, a young man, 16 years old, was killed suddenly in an automobile accident. Knew his family well. My son played with his brother in the soccer team, and just a wonderful young man. Tragic incident that impacts many, many teenagers in Camarillo when they think, and they've made commitments now to really think about how they drive and take care of themselves. And then certainly for one that we all know, John McIntyre, Port Hueneme. We all know John, many years. Marshal for Ventura County for 42 years, Ventura County Sheriff's Department, and also in Merced and Orange County Sheriff's Department. Certainly one who was dedicated his life to law enforcement, and a wonderful man. And the rest on the list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just very briefly, excuse me, because we're running a little late. Two things. One, my only comment, because I think everything mostly has been said, but I wanted to reiterate what Supervisor Long said, because I brought this up when the board agreed to go along with the feasibility study, and that is my great concern and fear that expectations are going to get way out of control on what can be done with that facility. And it concerns me greatly, because the Ojai Honor Farm was a jail, and there are very specific laws about how we house the mentally ill. My concern is that that facility may not work out financially. It may be that we're going to have to build a whole new one for the price of blowing out bars and cement and all of the stuff that's in there. So I just wanted to reiterate that. And then I have a list that I wish to ask the board to adjourn in memory of. And certainly all of the people are very important, active in their community. Most of them are military veterans. But there are two that I would like to highlight. One is Alan Hirsch, and he was a member of the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. He passed away after a valiant struggle with cancer. Certainly will be missed in his community, and I know that he will be missed amongst his brothers and sisters in law enforcement. And also Loretta Ann High, who is the mother-in-law of John Magnus in my office, passed away in her sleep at a very young age. And so with that, we will move to the 9:30, see if we can get through these before the 10 o'clock. I try to keep us in order, and I know the board is going to be throwing things at me for a break here pretty soon. So while I've got them sitting still, we're going to move on. The first 9:30 is item 34, update presentation by our CEO, Mr. Johnston.
The report's brief. As everyone knows, we're in the midst of a recall campaign, and Sacramento has created more uncertainty rather than less uncertainty with the state budget. So our report will come back to you in mid-October with suggestions. First, we have to know the situation before we can recommend a remedy.
Okay.
Take any questions.
Okay. Questions or comments? I believe I have.
Steve and I are talking here. In respect in talking with I spoke with the CEO as I have my meetings with him on Monday and talked a little bit about the issues related to our budget and the budget that will be before us following the recall election, because then things will probably come at us fast and furious. But related to that, the issues related to the employment and compensation issues for our county family. Specifically the recent ones regarding managers and concerns raised, but wanted to just say to the board that in that conversation, and then follow up with Supervisor Bennett, we will be bringing to the board next week a letter that's going to ask for some specific or additional analysis and when request of the CEO pertaining to those employment and compensation issues that will offer us, I hope, some opportunities for budget savings and to have us take a look at the entire packages. And Mr. Johnson's already started that process, and I think that we certainly should have perhaps a more in-depth conversation about that next week and carry through with some further requests.
Okay.
Because it will. We know next year is going to be worse than what we had to go through this year. In fact, I think it's probably 3 to 5 years out. I don't know who the leadership will be in the governor's chair. I wouldn't even place a bet today on it. But I do know that whoever that is not a miracle worker and is not someone who's going to be able to pull the rabbit out of the hat. So we are still confronted with significant budgetary issues that trickle down to local government. So part of that needs to be what we can do for our county family, what the issues are.
Did you have any further comment, or is that enough till next week?
That's enough. Do you want this letter to go out today? Yeah, just a heads up for the board. This is the board letter, so you can at least anticipate it in advance of it coming out. Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members on the budget update situation? Okay, I have just one quick comment, and that is that I'm very concerned about the issue in the press of the manager's vacation buy down and singling that out. You know, we have a policy here and we have negotiated contracts that also allow our represented employees to do the same thing. And so my concern is that it appeared in the press that the managers were getting special treatment that nobody else in the whole wide world got. That's not true. We've also got bargaining units that get this. Public safety probably has a little more leeway than most of them. Pardon me. And so I very firmly believe that Supervisor Bennett and Long have taken the right step in making this an agenda item. I do believe we need to look at it. Many of you who've been in the room with me more than once in the last few years have heard me say that, you know, my husband works in the private sector in the aerospace industry, and it's a use it or lose it, honey. There is no vacation buyback, and you can bank a certain amount of days, but at the end of that year, that's all you can have in the bank. And if you haven't used them, they fall off the books. And so I don't want to intimate that I'm that drastic at the moment, but I do believe it is something that we need to look at. We also need to understand very clearly that those capabilities for vacation accrual and buy down were given in lieu of salary increases. And was it right? Was it wrong? Probably right at the time. It may not be right now. We may have to readjust our thinking. But it was not an unconscionable perk. It was given instead of a salary increase because at that time, that board, I wasn't here, but they needed to put on managed cash flow and kind of put off but still compensate employees. So I think it's really important we understand the genesis of it. Now it's really important to go back and reassess what's going on given today's situation and world. And so I look forward to that coming back. And as far as the rest of the circus that's going on, stay tuned. We'll figure something out after October 7th. With that, I would like to move, if there are no further comments on the budget, I would like to move to item 35, which is a presentation of a resolution and commendations to the Ventura Auto Center. And this is being handled by Supervisor Bennett. And I will let you finish that sentence.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Michaels. This is really a pleasurable resolution to present. And so what I'm going to do to start this off is ask representatives is Bob Gregory or his representative here, Tony Fiore, I believe is coming, Al Winteringham or his representative.
Come on
Jeff,
down.
Could you come on down if you're here, please? Jeff Suke and Pat Murphy and any other representatives of the auto dealers, if you could come on down. And then Sterrett is moving close from our Library Commission. So if you gentlemen could come to the front so everybody could see who you are. These gentlemen here represent Mr. Gregory from Paradise Chevrolet, Tony Fiore from Vista Honda, Al Winteringham from Ventura Toyota, Kirby Oldsmobile by Jeff Suke, Tody Mitsubishi could not attend, but Harbor Chrysler, Plymouth, Gold Coast Acura, Crown Dodge, and Ventura Volvo represented by Chris Northstump, and Gold Coast Acura represented by Pat Murphy. What these auto dealers have done is essentially the city of Ventura was faced with having to cut their library service. And in the resolution it says it appears that the Ventura County Library, which operates the libraries in the city of San Buenaventura, will be first forced to cut hours as of July 1, 2003 due to the deficits caused by declining state contributions to public libraries. And the Ventura Auto Center members donated $67,000 that'll keep those libraries, all the libraries in the city, operating at their current schedule. And the E.P. Foster Library, which is in the downtown's cultural district, will be able now to retain its second floor homework center, which was slated for closure if had this generous contribution not come forward. And so I'd like to come down and hand you this resolution that says the Ventura County Board of Supervisors commends and honors the Ventura Auto Center members for their generous contributions to the Ventura County Library. We have certificates for each of you gentlemen, and while I do that, I'd like to invite Sterrett to come up, make some comments on behalf of the library, and then ask each or any of you that would like to comment quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Bennett. This was an extremely generous, unexpected donation to the Ventura County Library, and we are very grateful for the participation of the Auto Center dealers in the community. I know that they have received letters, including one from my mother, I heard, and who took it upon herself to write and say thank you. She was as amazed as everybody else. And I also have received letters, one from a young man, a very sweet letter, that said he wanted me to thank the Auto Center dealers 1 trillion times for their generosity because he loves the Foster Library. So I do want to thank them 1 trillion times.
You have a year to do that.
Thank you, Sterrett, for coming down. And from Harbor Chrysler, Plymouth. All right. Thank you. Actually, Sterrett, I will let you hand them out. I will read them. From Crown Dodge. Anybody? And then Ventura Volvo. Vista Honda. Thank you very much. I'm going to catch each one of you. We're going to take your picture, so I'll catch each one of you for that handshake. Ventura Toyota here. I should make sure I don't. There we go. Kirby Oldsmobile. There we go. Gold Coast Acura. And Paradise Chevrolet. There we go. Okay. And the Mitsubishi dealership. If each of you gentlemen would just come right over here, we'd like to take your picture, if we could, with Sterrett on one side and myself on the other.
Photo op.
Any one of you want to speak on behalf of the auto dealers very quickly to the board? Right. Casey wants to come up. There you go. Right there. You just
Okay, thank you.
Why don't you come up and take the microphone and you can address public?
I think everything has been said by what we did from the heart, and we just hope that we've made a difference for all the people that do use the library.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I think the thing that was most remarkable about this is the fact that it was unexpected. Oftentimes we're on United Way drives and all that, but to have this crisis and to have you just step forward like this was very remarkable. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much. Item 36 is the acceptance of an award from the California Department of Social Services recognizing Ventura County Human Services Agency for its food stamp accuracy rate. Mr. Ted Myers will take over with this in just a moment. But for the department, from the county's point of view, we would like to present to the agency a resolution, and I won't read the whole thing in interest of time, but the title says, "We congratulate and commend the Ventura County Human Services Agency for its award for outstanding food stamp accuracy rate." And the final, "Now therefore be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors hereby pays tribute to the employees of the Human Service Agency in recognition of their outstanding service to the residents of Ventura County as evidenced by the state's award." And I will set this aside and let you introduce the people from the state, and then I'll make sure you get this and a few comments.
Thank you, Chairman Michaels. Welcome and good morning to the members of the board, Mr. Johnston. Food stamps was birthed in the Great War on Poverty. It's an important component of our income support and preventing hunger in Ventura County. But it's also, I guess, a representative of our compassion for our fellow human beings, like Mr. Flynn was saying earlier. It's also I'm very proud. I can't take any credit for the work that's been done by our diligent, hardworking folks. But it's good for good government when we control taxpayer dollars, keep them under the errors, under allowable limits, and we stand out as a beacon for the rest of the state 2 years in a row in our error rates. This year's error rate, 4.54%, is well under the federal allowable error rate of 8.26% and way under the statewide average of 4.84%. We are not going to have to participate in the reimbursement to the federal government of $62 million because we were under rate, and I'm very proud of our folks for doing that. And I'd like to just have them stand. We have a little social services invasion here.
Not quite an invasion.
We have center directors, Curtis Updike and his staff, Kathy LeClaire, Rita Tutino, Janice Tenbrook. From Oxnard, we have Rosa Valladares, Emily Garcia, Rosario Schmitzberger, Hope Contreras. From Santa Clara Valley Intake and Eligibility Center, we have Rosa Delgadillo. Ventura IEC, Evelyn Gaeta. From Ventura Central Annex, Blanca Caro. From Admin, we have Maria Gilmaraga, Karenza Subic, Maria Older. We have Barry Zimmerman, the former director, and the new director, current director, Bruce Stensley. From Oxnard College Job and Career Center, we have Larry Kennedy and Petri Lopez. From downtown Oxnard JCC, we have Art Hernandez. West Oxnard JCC, we have Kathy Smith and Angie Payne. All over. Ventura JCC, Miguel Agrosco, Cliff Meismer, Claire Melton, Bill Murray, Vicki Thompson. Santa Clara Valley JCC, Tom Nykerk, Rosa Delgadillo, and East County JCC, Ariel Rose and Lynette Dean. And from our quality control unit, who helps and I think is an outstanding example for the state, Arlene Gutierrez and Kathy Cooper. Every one of you has done a super job. It's a team effort to have this kind of performance 2 years in a row. It's never been done by the state. And I think everybody deserves a hand for what you've done. We have two special guests with us today. John Moist from the California Department of Social Services, Food Stamp Correction Action Program, and Dennis Stewart is the Regional Director for the Western region of the USDA Food and Nutrition Services. And they're here to present a perpetual trophy, kind of like the Stanley Cup going around.
Okay, come forward, please.
Thank you, Supervisor Michaels and the rest of the board. My name is John Moist. I'm with the California Department of Social Services, and as we mentioned, our job is to work with all the county's human service agencies around the state to ensure program integrity and maintain payment accuracy, to make sure that people who need the help get the help they need, but at the same time protect taxpayer dollars. And again, for 2 years in a row, your county's done a great job. One thing I want to add is the rest of the state is following your lead now, and so in the last year, error rates around the state have come down tremendously, and Dennis is going to be very happy about that since it's their money. So again, thanks a lot. Your error rate was again 4.54. That means about a 95% accuracy rate, which is very, very good. This is the second year. A lot of names were mentioned. I would just like to also thank Gloria Lopez for helping to put all this together too. So with that, here's the trophy, and I'll present it to Ted. We would love to come back here next year. Right now you have kind of an uphill battle to catch Fresno, but I'd rather come back here.
Okay. We'd rather have you here.
Hope everybody's here from Fresno. Thank you very much, and I'll introduce Dennis Stewart from Food Nutrition Service.
Okay. Good morning.
Madam Chairman and members of the board, and Ted and all of the distinguished staff from the Human Services Agency. I'm here on behalf of the USDA Food and Nutrition Service, which administers the food stamp program, to thank the board for its support, to thank the director and the previous director, Barbara Fitzgerald, for their leadership, and to thank all of the distinguished men and women here and those that are not here today for the quality of the work that they do. This food stamp program provides over $19 million in benefits to 90,000 low-income households in Ventura County. And our studies all show that there's what we call a multiplier effect on the county in terms of the money that actually is generated by food stamp revenues coming into the county of about $35 million a year. Particularly in light of the previous discussion which we heard this morning, we're very cognizant of the tremendous difficulty that the board has to make in terms of judging between, on one hand, serving the compassionate needs of the people of the county, and in this case, low-income people, and on the other hand, making sure to the taxpayers of the county that they're running responsible, efficient programs. And sometimes those decisions are very difficult to make. And I'm here to recognize the fact that under leadership of Barbara and Ted, and with the support of the board, and particularly with the dedicated work of the professional men and women that you saw here today, that you have achieved a standard of excellence in the county that is far superior to the standards that were achieved nationwide by the rest of the states, and far superior to the statewide average last year. This is really a real credit to the board and to the staff for operating a quality program to help low-income people. So for that, I would like to present to your director. You have one more hand free. A certificate of appreciation awarded by the U.S. Department of Agriculture to the Ventura County Human Services Agency for having the best food stamp program payment accuracy rate in the state of California in federal fiscal year 2002. This is the second year in a row, and I might add, the only county in the history of the program that has achieved the second year in a row award for the best in the state. Ted, thank you.
Thank you.
Yay, very good.
That's high praise coming from the feds, eh? I did neglect to introduce Kathy Strahl. Kathy Strahl has been a member of the Human Services Agency since 1977. She's been a huge part of the success of the food stamp program. And so Barry and Kathy, congratulations to both of you. Well done. Thank you to the board. Thank you very much, Supervisor Michaels.
Thank all of you. They're the ones.
That's right.
Thank
you for your support.
Thank all of you. Thanks for all your good work, and thank you for bringing this honor to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next item, if I can find it, buried under all of this stuff, is the 9:45 time certain. We're getting farther away instead of closer. This is bothersome. And that is item 37, presentation by Cal Remington, Director of Probation Agency, in terms of our new, soon to be officially open, Stephen Z. Perrin Juvenile Justice Complex.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. It's my pleasure today and a real privilege to publicly invite the board, our many stakeholders, from law enforcement to behavioral health to education and to health, to our dedication ceremonies of the new juvenile justice facilities at the Judge Stephen Z. Perrin Juvenile Justice Complex this Friday, September 12th at 10 a.m. So I hope as many of the public can be there as possible, and I know we'll have tremendous support from our board. I would also, Madam Chair, like to invite a couple of people up here. I have something for the board, but first I'd like to ask Ron Coons and Alec Pringle from our Public Works Department to come up. Ron would like to say a few words, and I'd like to invite Karen Staples and Joan Splinter from my staff to come up. Ron?
The dynamic duo.
Chair, members of the board, it's a pleasure to serve this county. That's what we're trying to do here. We're partnered with Cal, and this capital project is only second to this government center in size and complexity of a project to be built for this county. We're on schedule and within budget. And
very good.
I've got the best people working for me to make sure that that happens, if at all possible. Alec Pringle is the director of that department. I could not be happier to have such staff as he. And Inspector John Pennington out there, just outstanding talent for this county. We're here to do these capital projects and to keep our rates down and to provide a service. We're pleased to do that. And I want to commend Alec for the job he's doing.
And I'd like to thank both Ron and Alec. It's been a real partnership. I want to say something about my two staff members, but first, I have something, a memento for the occasion, and with Roberta's help, I'd like each board member to get one.
Now, will this key get us out also?
We have this fear about this fundraiser that was talked about.
Yes, I also would like to make sure Ron and Alec are very early on. Those were paid for by donations at the suggestion of our CEO, and it worked out just fine. I wanted to say a few words about my staff, and while I do, why don't we roll some slides? But I've had so many staff involved in this project. It's been a real collaborative effort for so many people. But but in probation we've had almost 20 committees working on the various aspects, from security to programming. From the beginning, there are 2 staff members, however, that have been there from the very beginning. Supervisors Michaels and Long also being there from the beginning know who I'm talking about, and those are the 2 that wrote the grant and have been on site through design, through construction since then. It just, from the beginning, we said that Public Works will oversee the construction, but we're building this to meet our needs, and so we've sort of looked at this as our home, and the 2 that have been in charge of making sure our home came out as we wanted to was one of my chief deputies, Karen Staples, and division manager Joan Staples. I just can't tell you what a great job they've done. So
Joan Splinter works
Joan
for you.
Splinter.
Yes.
Anyway, I'd also like you to today and ask everyone to join in thanking these individuals. So thank you very much. This is a brief overview of the building. That's our control center. All of you who come out Friday, we will be giving tours for both county staff as well as the public, and you'll be able to see it in person. We're so proud of it. We know that this will serve our county for well over 50 years. It's brick and mortar, but within that brick and mortar, it will allow us to do things that we just haven't been able to do in the past. This will truly give the juvenile justice system of Ventura County more strength, more flexibility, and something that I think we'll all be proud of. So in closing, again, I'd like to invite everyone out and so you can see this in person. So thank you very much. I'm hoping this is supposed to be time to end with my closing. There's the multi-purpose building, the new kitchen, some more of the new kitchen, some of the ongoing construction. And again, thank you very much. I'll see you all Friday.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Cal, for recognizing other people on the project who were so vitally important. Actually, Joan and Karen were in the audience. I didn't recognize them without their hard hats, boots, and their site wear. Excellent job, and I'm glad that your boss appreciates you as much as I do and did for all of the tours and the updates and et cetera. Quite a complicated project. Good work to all of you. And to our wonderful Public Works Department.
Yes.
Especially for keeping your rates down.
That's right. Good job.
Yes, very good. Okay, I'm going to try quickly to move into the 10 a.m. time certains. The board will recess to the closed session at 10:30, and then we have APCD at 11. Whatever we don't get done this morning will be taken up at 1:30 this afternoon, right after the 1:30 time certain. Okay, with that, the next item is item 38, public hearing regarding Yerba Buena Water Company franchise, etc., as titled on our agenda.
Good morning, Supervisor Michaels, members of the board, Mr. Johnson. I'm Steve Williams with Public Works. This item is being rescheduled for October 7th at 10 o'clock a.m., and we would be presenting the item at that time.
Okay, so the request is to cancel, I'm sorry, I didn't even see it, but cancel public hearing and set public hearing for October 7th at 10 a.m.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. I like those kind of quick items. Okay, next item. Item 39 is a public hearing regarding the purchase of real property. Am I keeping you up? Located at 2240 Gonzales Road. Come on, we have to have a little levity this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Johnston. My name is Paul Ruffin. I'm with the General Services Agency. The item before you is asking that you conduct a public hearing regarding the purchase of the property located at 2240 Gonzales Road in Oxnard. And at the conclusion of the public hearing, that you take positive action toward 4 other recommendations that staff is recommending so that we can consummate the purchase. This item has been in front of your board 3 different times in the past 10 months. In December 2002, we came forward with a request that we lease the property to enable healthcare to consolidate some of their programs to better serve their clients. The lease included the option of purchase. Staff took time to look at what might result in terms of savings if we did the purchase, and looking in the numbers in the board letter, over 10 years the savings would be approximately $850,000. Over the 15-year life of the debt service, the savings amount to $1,974,000. The building is being purchased for $9.4 million. There's a inclusion of tenant improvements up to a maximum amount of $879,000, and there's $6,000 in escrow fees that are in front of the board. In terms of purchasing the building, we're looking at borrowing. The board has approved the use of tax-exempt commercial paper. I'll slow down. And staff may decide that it's more prudent to switch to certificates of participation. With that, I've completed my prepared comments. I'll take questions now or after public testimony.
Okay, are there any questions for staff at this time? Okay, do I have any cards? Okay, well, I will open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone in the audience who has not submitted a card that wishes to speak on this item. It is a public hearing. Seeing none, I will close the public comment portion and confine the comments to the Board of Supervisors. Action?
Move to recommend action.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Good work, very good work. And this building, for those of you who haven't been out to see it, is such a wonderful facility. The owner-builder, original owner-builder, now we're going to be the owners, not only is a good businessman, but was very interested in the county's mission for its clients, and even, I understand, donated the bronze statuary of children that sits out in front of the building because he believes so much in what we're doing. And so, you know, that's not often that those types of things happen, but this was a very, I believe, wise decision that we made to go ahead and purchase the building. It gives access in the right place. And I'm looking forward to working with the developer and maybe finding something in the east end of the county so we can have the same type of facility.
Madam
But
Chair,
that's for a later date.
Madam Chair, the owner also agreed to give us a rent credit for about a month and a half. Which he
Oh,
didn't have to
very
do.
good. He's done very well with us and by us, and a quality builder. So with that, I thank you very much. The motion is carried. I see no opposition. Next item is item 40, public hearing regarding adoption of a resolution declaring the necessity of acquisition of certain property for a utility easement. This has been before us several times. I have 2 cards. Are there any questions from the board for staff before I call this? Okay. It's 1:15. Okay. I have 2 people who request to speak. I'm going to limit you to 3 minutes. We have a lot of work to do, and I'm not on time yet. So, Mr. Paul Williams.
Good morning. I'll be very quick. My name is Paul Williams. I'm the general partner of Mayfair Properties, the applicant. Mayfair Properties is a family-owned partnership which is developing 13,001 Pacific Coast Highway with a small single-family residence that my disabled brother will live in when completed. The property is landlocked from utilities services. All attempts to acquire an easement under the adjacent property from the owners have been fruitless. While condemnation is a last option, in this case it is the only option left to us. I request you adopt the proposed resolution to let us proceed to condemn the easement at no cost to the county.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members and Mr. Johnston. I've been here twice before, and I would be happy to answer any questions, but I don't think we need to make any further presentation. I believe that as a matter of law, we've demonstrated great necessity, which under the case law is the landlock of a parcel from utilities. And as Mr. Williams says, this is a last resort. Our preference would have been to acquire the easement through an agreement, but we've been unable to do so.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we will close the public hearing and confine the comments to the board. Are there questions or action?
Chair Michaels?
Yes.
Yeah, I was concerned about this because I was afraid that there wasn't enough time being given to the owner of the easement to answer back, and I know there was a lot of difficulty getting a hold of them, but because we've certainly had ample time now, I do support the request and move the item.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, just
Yes,
for
ma'am.
the record.
Oh, yes.
We have received letters dated June 9th, 2003, July 17th, 2003, and August the 18th, 2003 from Attorney Scott Tepper, as well as an appraisal report, which are on file with the clerk of the board.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's see, we can get a couple of these in before the end of, or before 10:30. Item 44 is authorization to apply to the State Employment Development Department for Workforce Investment Act funds. Do we have a report, or is the board comfortable?
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much for being here. Item 45 is County Clerk and Recorder recommendation to appoint directors in lieu of an election to the Oxnard Drainage District Number 1, 2, Fillmore Piru Memorial District, and Satakoy Sanitary District. I see no one's. I have a motion.
Second, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Second.
ma'am.
Just a comment on the Fillmore Piru Memorial District. This is the first time in maybe 20 years that we've really had an election, where people ran, and just congratulations to the candidates. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Significant.
I would also like to request that when we have election seats open, that we advertise that on our website. Maybe we can even put it on our on the front homepage, because so often people don't know that there is an opportunity to run for some of these very small boards.
Okay. Any further comments? Any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, the motion carries. Item 36 is a recommendation to appoint Norman E. Davis to the Minor Oaks County Water District. Comments, questions, action?
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Next item is item 47 from the County Executive Office. Do we have time to? Yeah, we've got time to do this. And it's the adoption of a resolution of the Board of Supervisors authorizing and approving, et cetera, and it will be explained to us by Mr. Paul Dursey, who is the staff to give the report.
Thank you very much. This is the Board of Supervisors resolution, and item number 59 is the Public Finance Authority resolution. They go together, and they are, one is for the Board of Supervisors, one is Public Finance Authority to commence the legal documentation for the issuance of $32 million in COPs. COPs are going to be used to replace our commercial paper purchase of the Gonzales Road medical facilities, and also put up a juvenile justice court at the juvenile justice facility site. Those are the two items that are being funded by this COP issue, and we have a list of about 9 items there on page 2 and 3 that were the summary of the major points of the resolution. So I'm requesting adoption of the resolution.
Okay, are there any questions for staff? Okay, I have no cards.
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Next item is item 48, approval of the responses to the 0203 Ventura County Grand Jury final reports. I guess we don't have a report. They were before us. Are there any questions or concerns? This is a
To receive and file.
Okay. Or approval, I'm sorry.
to send
So
it,
we
right.
approve the responses. Okay. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. With that, how many more do we have to do? We got a lot. I'm going to go ahead and adjourn or recess now into closed session. I think the board needs a 5-minute break before we start that work. And then we will return at, actually I have a question for the board members. Since we added the off-agenda items to the closed session, we may or may not finish discussion of the items in this 30-minute period, and we have to be out here at 11 for APCD. Does the board wish to work through lunch, or would the board prefer to just take it back up after the 1:30 time certain? We're going to have regular agenda items left over anyway. What's the consensus? Okay, I've got 2 for work through lunch. Okay. Yes. This is administrative. I don't believe that. However, the public can vote on what we're going to have for lunch. No. Yes, we will have to provide lunch back there, but we will, just so the public knows, then we will be working through lunch on closed session until we're finished, and then back officially here at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Mission Control says we're good to go, so we'll open the meeting. Would you rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. Whoa. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Any public comment cards? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Darren. All right. We have a couple speakers in front of us. Ivan Bussey Woodward. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, supervisors, city representatives, and staff, and the public. I'm here this morning as a representative of Citizens to Preserve the Ojai. I'm not going to read the handouts that you have in front of you, but just get right to the crux of what our issue is. I know these are kind of hard to see from up there, but these are, I think, pictures are always worth 1,000 words. And this is a 3D view of Ventura County, which shows the Oxnard Plain, which is right here, and the Ojai Valley, which is up in the left-hand corner here. It's a little hard to see from there, but this demonstrates the issue that I wish to bring before you, and that is that the Ojai Valley is a contained airshed, that it's blocked by mountains, and that once the air goes there as it comes up the Ventura River Valley, that it has no other choice but to stay there. And then as the breezes change in the evening, it gets sloshed back out to the Pacific, only probably out to where the oil platforms are, picks up the emissions from those, and then comes back the next day. So in some instances, the ozone events that the city of Ojai has, which are the worst in the county, sometimes exceed 2 to 3 days in a row. Now, back in 1987, the county and the district, the Air Pollution Control District, and the citizens came to agreement to settle pending litigation for non-enforcement of the Clean Air Act in the county of Ventura by the district. Part of that agreement was to designate the fragility of the Ojai airshed and to limit it to 5 pounds a day. It was clear from the agreement, and I only happen to have one here, attached to it is a map, and it's extremely hard to read. And I've asked the district to provide me with the original map and the original colored map. And I also went to the city of Ojai, and I went to the map section here at the county, and we found the original map. This map clearly designates the Ojai Valley airshed, and it clearly designates the Oxnard Plain airshed. The original map looks like this. This is what it was drawn off of in 1987. I drew in the red line to bring your eye to where the line goes, because in the agreement, that's the same map they used to draw the line in the agreement, and it's the same map they used in the 88 AQMP analysis for the Ojai airshed. Now, the interesting thing about this analysis is that the air quality for the Ojai airshed is analyzed using everything that is to the left of this line. This document contains several areas called Ventura non-growth, Ojai non-growth, Ventura growth area, and certain designations. However, they all are analyzed in this document to the left of this line. Now, let me point out, the Ventura River runs down here. This is where the Ventura River is, at the edge of this dark area. This is the line that was drawn by the APCD, which is fine, because actually what this line follows is topographically follows that mountain ridge between Ventura and the Ventura River Valley. Now, in November of 2000, the district put their new quality assessment guidelines on the web, and this is the map that appears on the web, and the one they're using currently to formulate impacts, project impacts, and mitigation measures. And this red area is now not included. This is the Ventura River Valley, but everything, let's say, east of the Ventura River Valley is no longer included in the APCD map for issues of project analysis. So the 5 pounds no longer applies to anything on the other side of the river in Ventura. And as you know, most of the oil production facilities and industrial facilities are on that side of the river, although all those impacts are sucked up into the Ojai Valley by the air tube. The Ventura River acts like an air tube.
Great. Excuse me, I've given you a few more seconds. And
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
Oh, can you give me just one more second?
20 seconds.
All right. What we're really concerned with is that even though RMA here at the county is tracking the growth management of the Ventura River Valley, the city of Ventura has let their growth management plan lapse. And currently, their population in the Ventura River Valley and the dwelling units has exceeded their estimates by over 1,000 units.
As the Ventura representative to this board, I'll certainly look into that, and I appreciate you bringing that information forward.
Thank you.
For the city of Ventura. Okay, our next public speaker, Gary Wolf.
Chairman Brennan, members of the board. My name is Gary Wolf, and I'm the owner of Casitas Boat Rentals. At your April 8th meeting of this year, you approved $45,000 for the replacement of our two-stroke engines for four-stroke engines from the Clean Air Fund. And that was based on a recommendation by the Clean Air Advisory Committee approved at their February 18th meeting. And that was based on my letter of February 8th with the proposal. I've given you copies of the minutes with the important sentences highlighted in yellow. Instead of receiving $45,000, I received a check for $32,587, and I'm told I'll receive the balance when the remaining 22 engines are replaced in 2004 and 2005. That was not my offer, and that was not what was approved by the Clean Air Advisory Committee. And this creates a financial hardship for me. I paid out the money that was agreed upon, and it was to be paid clearly by, you can see those minutes. The staff has indicated that they're concerned that we'll replace the 2004 and 2005 engines, and they want to hold the money until those are replaced. I have no choice but to replace those. They're normal wear and tear. They'll be gone, and we've now changed over for this agreement to be a Yamaha dealer, so they would have to be replaced with four-cycle engines, just like the offer that I had made. I'm just really respectfully requesting that the county hold up their side of the bargain that was approved at your meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wolf, thanks for the input. I certainly might hear some comments from our director later on in regards to that. Michael, do you want to?
Yeah, real quick, I'd like the opportunity to work with them to resolve this issue, and just to give you some background, what happened when the Clean Air Fund Advisory Committee, they were oversubscribed, meaning we had many people coming in to repower these marine engines that greatly exceeded the funds available. So what staff did was they said the committee asked us to rate all the projects based on cost effectiveness. Mr. Wolf made the commitment at that time to do some on his own, an additional 20-some boats, 22 boats on his own, which basically made his cost effectiveness quite good when you included those at no cost to the Clean Air Fund, and moved that project ahead of some others. So when we came to your board, we took that, and that's what the Clean Air Fund Advisory Committee, they took the total number and their total contribution. Cost was calculated on that. If we back out those 22 votes, I believe another project would have bumped ahead, and he would have lost a number of, his larger engines would have been pulled out on that fund. So when we came to your board, we came with the amount and the total number that the Clean Air Fund Advisory Committee used in their deliberations. And that's where we're at. But we'd be happy to work with Mr. Wolf to see if there's something we can do.
Okay, I know the board would probably appreciate that, but certainly it sounds like, something can be worked out in this.
Certainly.
Great.
Well, we have to do what's fair.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for filling this in. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's all the comment cards I have from the public at this time in regards to items that are not on the board's agenda. Item 4 is board comments. Any board members?
Just one on that issue. If you'll report back to us, I assume it'll end up on the agenda. If you can't get it resolved, it ends up on the agenda if you can get it resolved. Right. Great. Thank you.
Okay. Member Parks?
Yes, I was wondering if we could get a report about the what I understand is a declining level of air quality in our region. I had read that perhaps it was caused because of the not using MTBE and using ethanol instead. And I was just wondering if there is some in the, all you airheads have come up with a basis for this. I'd like to hear about it.
Offhand, I don't have one. I can tell you that currently, for the federal 1-hour standard, we've had an exceedance in Simi and one in Ojai. And if we don't get any more, we're going to stay in attainment again this year. So we have not been impacted the way that the inland counties and South Coast have. They have actually had some health advisories, and their numbers are up significantly. We're hanging by the skin of our teeth at this time. You also have to look at the fact that we've had, the 2 prior years, we had mild summers, and that certainly worked to our favor. So meteorology is definitely playing a role because we had a real summer. During July and August. I think some people can attest to that. Quantifying the effect of pulling out MTB is very difficult. Certainly, ethanol has a higher vapor pressure, so that would lead one to believe that the emissions where the vehicle is just parked would be higher on the reactive organic side than with MTBE. The interesting thing is I think your board is very aware, and the district has sent letters, and your board has sent letters, that California believes that they can manufacture gasoline without any oxygen in it that will meet the air quality standards. And the issue is really that you can't get that changed through the United States Senate because California ends up with 2 votes. The Eastern Seaboard has 2 votes for state, and the Farm Belt also has 2 votes for state. And we certainly have tried. WISPA has tried.
Okay. Well, and that one of the questions I have is ethanol creating poor air quality?
It'd be, like I said, with the higher read vapor pressure, you could make an assumption that ROC should increase. The other thing is MTBE can be brought in by pipeline. Ethanol has a strong affinity for water. It's probably going to be brought in via rail. So if you bring in the oxygen by rail, you've got to bring in more trains, and that brings in more NOx.
If you find some studies on that, I would be interested in having that passed on. And then also, we had a discussion about what was a good measure that was being pursued, and I think it was Port of Long Beach, regarding having ships being able to hook into the electricity so they don't have to run their diesel generators continually while they're in port, and I understand that fell apart. But in that regard, I know that there is a great deal of air pollution that comes to our county from offshore. And I was wondering if there are any, if there's any research on that, like what percentage of the amount of air pollution that we're experiencing is actually coming from ships.
It's significant. I can get you a report at the next meeting on that.
I would appreciate it.
And actually, at your next meeting, there's a good chance we're going to have an item related to heavy-duty shipping. We're currently working with MARAD, some other air district, and the ports.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Parks.
Is this board comment?
It certainly is.
I just have a question, and I'm sure that the answer is positive. But the fire district coordinates with air on the controlled burns?
Yes, they do.
As far as time of year and so forth?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. I guess that's it. The one thing I would state also, I remember Parks brought it up, I guess the air base in both Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, and certainly Ventura County, that meeting I have the opportunity to attend, the numbers that came up were 40 of the ships that basically go from San Diego to Seattle create 80% of the offshore pollution. So, I mean, the ability to attack exactly what Member Parks is stating, I think would make a real dent in some of the air quality problems that we're having on shore. So, thank you. We'll move ahead to just to state that we'll be going to closed session after we go through our regular board agenda. We don't anticipate any action out of that closed session, so we'll be adjourning when we directly from that meeting and not coming back into session to adjourn. So if folks are hanging on for that, we won't be. We'll be adjourning from the closed session, and that'll take care of the meeting for today. We'll start with item 6, presentation of employee service awards.
Chair Brennan, members of the board, this practice has been in place to give your board an opportunity to meet some of the district employees. First off, I'd like to have Brian Saros come up. He'll be receiving his tenure award. Brian actually started with the district as a student worker in a partnership with California Lutheran University. And after completion of his degree in chemistry, he started working with us as an APCD chemist. He primarily works with our gas chromatography and in the district's lab. He also handles management on analysis of our district's hydrocarbon or ROC database. Brian is an active in youth sports in the Oxnard area. We're actually, I think he's quite brave to referee youth football and basketball, and he's quite proud of his wife Maria, daughters Darlene and Kayla, and they have a new son on the way. Robert will be due in December. With that, I'd like to present this.
Looks like she's proud of him, too, with that video camera.
That's right. Yeah. Smile for the camera.
Thank you, Michael. I'd just like to say it's been a pleasure serving Ventura County and the board as a whole.
Thank you. And I know
For the record, Brian, we're very proud of you and your family, the Saros family and Oxnard, and we congratulate you on the fine citizenship you've shown through the years.
Thank you, Member Flint. Okay.
And congratulations on the
Yeah.
Next up, we have Stan Cowan.
Get a volleyball team.
Stan's been with the district since 1983. He's actually a Caltech graduate. Stan has a wide variety of experience as an engineer with the district. He's worked as a permit engineer, a rule development engineer, with specialty in control of reactive organic compounds, and he's now working in our technology advancement section, where he handles the school bus retrofit program, the toll and landfill emissions mitigation program, the Clean Air Fund, and our Clean Cities efforts, among some others. With that, thanks very much, Stan.
I want to thank the board, and also it's an honor for me to work for this county. Appreciate it.
Great. I know I speak on behalf of the board. We certainly appreciate the commitment and focus you bring to APCD. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. We'll move right into public hearing regarding the proposed amendments to Rule 7420, adhesives and sealants.
Chairman Brennan, members of the board, good morning. My name is Chris Frank, Supervising Air Quality Engineer. We're proposing corrections to Rule 7420 required by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. The corrections must be adopted and approved by EPA before October 26th to avoid sanctions that would be imposed pursuant to the Federal Clean Air Act. We're also proposing other revisions to bring the rule into compliance with state law regarding aerosol adhesives and to implement new feasible measures already in effect in the South Coast Air Quality Management District. California Air Resources Board consumer product regulations on aerosol adhesives have called into question the feasibility of the aerosol limits currently in Rule 7420. There are two adhesive categories in our rule that are not up to federal standards, and we're proposing rule revisions to correct these problems and additional new limits to take advantage of the latest advancements in low-polluting adhesive technologies. Overall, we project the rule revisions will reduce reactive organic compound emissions by 8 tons per year. We conducted a public consultation meeting, a public workshop, and an advisory committee meeting to get public input on the development of this proposal. We believe we've resolved all the issues brought to our attention at those meetings. The advisory committee unanimously recommended adoption of the rule revisions at their June meeting. Since that time, we have made one additional revision to the rule. We had proposed a limit of 250 grams per liter for top and trim adhesives. These adhesives are used to install items like headliners, vinyl tops, and door coverings in cars and trucks. The 250 gram per liter limit was based on a technology forcing limit set to take effect in the South Coast AQMD. Instead, South Coast delayed implementation of the 250 gram per liter limit for at least one additional year. And for that reason, we've revised our proposal for top and trim adhesives to 540 grams per liter, which is consistent with the existing South Coast limit. And I'll try and answer any questions.
As this is a public hearing at this time, is there any questions from the board? Come on. Okay. Do we have any public, no members of the public? Okay. I'll close the public comment period and open it up to what's the board's pleasure.
Move the item. Second.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion carries. I just wanted to state that it is nice to know ahead of time that we have the workshops and we bring in the businesses that are involved in going to be directly affected by this issue, and I want to commend Michael and pass on to the staff. I think that's a very important piece. Sometimes it's so prevalent the government just decides things are happening handed down, and that's just the way it is. At least we have an opportunity to have input and work with the industry that's going to be affected. I think that's one of the great things about APCD. Thank you. Item number 8, the Carl Moyer Memorial Air Quality Standard Attainment Program.
Today I'm requesting funding for projects funded through Phase 5 of the Carl Moyer program. For Phase 5, we have just over $730,000 available for funding, and we've received 23 project proposals in response to our RFP. Obviously, we're not going to have enough money to fund them all, and at this time we're proposing to move forward with the most cost-effective projects, which would total just over $255,000. Several members of your board has made it a priority to us to make sure that we're pushing forward on alternative fuel vehicle refuse collection vehicles, and we're proposing at this time to hold in reserve $475,000. We are aware of a potential refuse vehicle project that would be LNG. It could be coming in. If that project doesn't come in, we'll certainly move forward and allocate the money to other projects. But at this time, we're recommending to hold that money in reserve. We have plenty of time to allocate the money. These projects are extremely cost effective. They all come in under $1 per pound of NOx reduced. When you look at the ARB guidelines, the threshold is $6.80 per pound. Like I said, we're well under $1. These projects would result in over 11.5 tons per year of NOx reduced and 3/4 of a ton per year of diesel particulate. We would prepare grant agreements to implement these projects. We're also requesting that I be given the authority to make minor amendments to the grant agreements. Any significant amendment would be brought before your board for approval. If your board approves funding these projects, the motion should include the modified recommended actions outlined in my memo. The only change is to recommended action 3, and it would show that we are repowering an egg pump for McGrath Farms at $9,450, one at Clayburg Farms for $9,350 instead of the original 2 at McGrath for $18,800. The dollar amount's the same. What happened, it was a staff mistake. All these pumps came in from the McGrath Farms, and signed by a McGrath, and we made a mistake and actually assigned it to McGrath Farms instead of Clayburg.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Any questions on the item? Public speakers? Okay. Got a motion and a second. All those in favor? Thank you. Isn't it? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mike. We'll move on to item 8. Excuse me, item 9.
Chair Brennan, do you think the $151,000 going to the Marine Vessel Explorer is one of those 40 vehicles or 40 boats that create 80% of the pollution on the coast there?
I wish it was, but unfortunately
Okay.
it's not. It's they're outside. They transition all those areas, but it's as Mike said, we have an opportunity, I think it's going to come in front of us. There's a project going on in Ventura right now that's dealing directly with offshore. It has the ability to move into this category of really helping the marine industry in terms of cleaning up there. And I believe we'll have a presentation at our next board meeting.
Hopefully, yes.
Thank you. Item number 9, approval to fund the lower emission school bus program projects.
The Lower Emission School Bus Retrofit Program was established by the state legislature to reduce children's exposure to toxic diesel particulate. In January 2001, your board authorized our participation at a level of $290,000. Basically, we're proposing 12 more buses for Child Development Resources of Ventura County, and that's the Head Start Preschool Agency, and that would be $44,352. 2 additional buses for Moore Park Unified at $7,556. If these projects are approved by your board, that would bring the total in Ventura County that would be retrofitted to 57, and that would be 9 school districts participating and 1 nonprofit agency, the Head Start Agency.
Just a quick question. Did Rio School District finally
Yes,
get
we
involved?
funded that this summer, I believe. And there would be about $77,000 remaining, which is 20 more buses, and believe me, we're actively trying to use every penny we receive from the state. That's all I have.
Okay. Any board comments? Okay. Motion to second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Motion carries. Item 10, approval to fund the Tolan landfill expansion emissions mitigation project.
In November of 1988, your board authorized and accepted $534,820 from Ventura Regional Sanitation District as emission mitigation funds from the Tolan landfill expansion project. And a large chunk of this money was earmarked for projects specifically in the Santa Clara Valley. Today we're proposing 2 more projects in the Santa Clara Valley. The first is a diesel repower of a water truck that operates at the Tolan landfill. That would be $23,500 at a cost effectiveness of 61 cents per pound, which is quite good. And the second is a diesel repower of an agricultural pump for Beemore Farms in Fillmore at $9,000, and it comes in just at over 50 cents per pound, quite good again. We're recommending both these projects, total funding just over $32,500. That would leave $38,900 remaining for additional projects in the Santa Clara Valley. I don't know if you noticed in our prior board letter we were actually lower than that, but there was a project out in the Santa Clara Valley that has not been completed and been canceled, and that $48,000 has been brought back into the pot for the Santa Clara River Valley, and actually some portion of it is being allocated today, because as you can see, we're down to $38,900 now, and we're continue to actively seek projects out in that valley.
Okay.
That's all I have.
I have no public speakers on this item. The board's pleasure. Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, motion.
For the record, at least in my book, the numbering is off. The item is not, and so I think so that it's reflected on the record that the numbering is off by 2 in the book. So if he says item 10, it was actually 8. And that may be confusing if somebody ever goes back over the tape. But if they know that the numbering's off, then they will figure it out by title and not number.
Thank you. I should ask the question. I thought it was only my book that had that problem. I figured it's been
that
that way.
And then I talked to Steve, and so they're all off. And so,
Well, I think when he says item 8 or 10, that's the official, that is actually where it is on the agenda. It's just that it's put in the book in the wrong insert. So in terms of the minutes being adjusted, I don't know that we have to adjust it. So.
We'll let Roberta worry about that.
Right, okay. But it's good to point that.
The agenda's correct, the book is incorrect.
Gotcha.
Okay.
All righty. Thank you, Judy, for clearing that up.
Trying to find it.
I know. We'll move to item 11.
11.
I corrected mine. It's 11.
Yeah, we'll move to the next item. Authorization to transfer funding in the Department of Motor Vehicle fees to California State University Channel Islands.
As a mitigation measure in the environmental impact report for Cal State University Channel Islands, the university made a commitment to minimize the environmental impacts of traffic by operating a bus service from Camarillo to the university and from Oxnard to the university. As your board is aware, the university system is facing significant budget cuts at this time. The university's continued funding of the bus service would require cuts in other areas of their budget. The university has approached district staff looking for financial assistance. We met with the university representatives and we informed them the only potential source that APCD had was our motor vehicle registration funds. To justify for that funding, quantifiable emission reductions would have to be demonstrated. The university and Vista are proposing to serve the university with urban buses utilizing the lowest emission diesel buses available. These buses would have NOx emissions 75% lower than the current buses and diesel particulate emissions 85% lower than the current buses. The APCD has DMV funding available to support the university's request for this fiscal year. And the university is aware that we may not have the funding available for next fiscal year, and they're actively seeking alternative sources. We believe it's worthwhile for us to support this effort, and we certainly support the use of the lowest emission diesel engines possible. Therefore, we're recommending that your board support funding Cal State University Channel Islands at a level of $100,000 to support this continued bus service, and your approval would authorize me to sign the attached MOA with the university.
Okay.
I'll be happy to answer questions.
Okay, no questions at this time. I do have one public speaker on this item, Marty de los Cabos. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's been a while since I've been up here, my other life with the gas company. Thank you very much, Chairman Brennan and board members, for allowing me to speak on behalf of Cal State Channel Islands. I'm speaking here for the university, and particularly Dr. Rush expresses his gratitude and consideration that you may have towards this request. Cal State Channel Islands is totally committed to being the green campus you've all heard about and is doing its utmost to improve the region's air quality. Channel Islands' current fleet of vehicles is 105, 87 of which, or 83%, are on alternate fuel vehicles, including electric, propane, compressed natural gas. These clean-running vehicles are constantly in use on and off the campus. The entire Vista fleet, as some of you may know, 6 buses running 7 days a week, servicing the university and its students, recently replaced all of its buses. It was just amazing to see the difference between the buses. I had the opportunity of being inside the bus there last week, and it's just fantastic. I go cross country in them. It's just beautiful. But anyway, the real kicker there is they're so clean. And they, as you know, exceed, and as Mike indicated, they exceed CARB emission standards in terms of pollution. And we're really great to see them on our clean campus instead of the other buses that we had there before. Since 1999, the university campus has averaged over 24,000 trip reductions per semester due to the campus bus service. In other words, 24,000 trips to and from our campus did not occur because of the bus service. Our students are involved. Our student body government has recently kicked off, led by Becca Glazer, our student body president, a campaign to increase the ridership on our campus. You have the total commitment of the student body behind this campaign, and if you go on a campus right now, you'll see signs all over the place talking about encouraging our freshman class and the new students coming on to take that bus, make a difference, be the green campus that we're so proud of expounding on. So with that, we respectfully request that you support the newest university in maintaining its commitment to improving the region's air quality by awarding us the recommended grant. And I'm here if I would like to ask any questions.
Questions? Just one, and thank you for the push on the buses. What have they been running in terms of capacity, the service?
Well, they've been running in terms of the time slots very early in the morning until about 10 o'clock at night.
And the ridership, I'm sorry.
The ridership.
In terms of a number of people
The number of people?
In terms of percentage?
The percentage, we have about 200 and some odd students right now that are currently considered full-time riders. But you have to remember that a lot of the students go there 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes more, sometimes daily, going to the library and make use of the bus a lot, not just by the numbers. So you have to think in terms of the riderships that are taking the vehicles off the road.
Good. I know that's a real opportunity. Certainly, I know that you've noticed that the higher parking fees have bump people into using the buses, hopefully?
Those are some of the things that we're going to be having to do. We're going to have to increase the parking fees. We got the support of the student government to back us up in that regard. We're also got the rest of the administration and management to increase our parking fees to make up the difference, because the state does not fund any parking or those kinds of services for the university. It's common practice at the other CSUs.
Thank you. Comments from the rest of the board? I know that we're proud to be partners with the university and look forward to some other opportunities we can help you out with.
Well, thank you very much, and please come to the campus. I'll love to show you around. Our new science building just opened up last week.
Thank you.
Quick comment. Kind of an editorial comment. It's hard to say that we should raise parking fees for the students, but as long as I've been in government and we have fought for clean air and wanted to get people to use transit so we get some cars off the road, then we do dumb things like try to keep parking fees low, making sure that there's an overabundance of parking places in all of our projects so everyone's encouraged to drive and park instead of not drive and park. And so, I'm happy to see that the university is making that connection and may have to raise their fees, but also there's an upside to that. If the service is available, if it's not, that's another story. But if the service is available, we may find that the students will more or less be forced into it and then find that it's really a cool thing not to have to drive and be in traffic. So I just had to make that comment, and I think all of us are very proud of the university and its attempt to be a green campus. It's done a beautiful job. But those are the kinds of policy decisions that we need to bite the bullet and learn to make. And that is those decisions that will encourage people to get out of their private single occupancy vehicle and into transit. End of editorial comment.
So thank you.
Also, as a member of VISTA on the east side, we did an aggressive marketing campaign at Moorpark College, including giving free coupons to ride VISTA in the student newspaper. So I hope that VISTA also will start doing an aggressive campaign. Once you ride it, you got the free pass, then you're more tempted to do it again.
Thank you. That's the end of the. Okay. All those in favor? Okay. Motion carries. If the board's indulgence for just a moment, the item prior when we okayed the Toland Road admissions grants, I want to just acknowledge we have Bill Smith from the VRSD here. Thank you, Bill, for coming, but also two members of VRSD board up here, and we certainly appreciate APCD's opportunity to kind of reuse the money out there because it is in the valley, so we appreciate that. And Bill, thank you for being here today. Okay, we'll move to the next item.
For the past 11 years, Ventura County Transportation Commission has operated a countywide dial-a-route transit information center, which provides transit schedules, routing, and fare information via a toll-free telephone number. The program receives an average of 3,600 calls per month. The district's 2003-04 budget, approved by your board this year, included $25,000 to help cover the cost of this program. Therefore, staff recommends your board authorize a payment of $25,000 to VCTC and authorize me to sign the attached MOA. And I just wanted to point out in the board letter there is one typo in one spot where we refer to the 02-03 budget. It should be the 03-04.
Okay. I have no public comments. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Motion carries. Item 13.
Chairman Brennan, members of the board, my name is Bob Riggs, Administration Division Manager. Air Pollution Control District adopted a Policies Procedures Manual in November of 2001. This is the second proposed modification to that manual. At the last revision in September of 2002, your board requested that we revisit the policies for use of district computers, telephones, and facsimile machines to allow limited personal use of the equipment for a nominal fee. The modification before you today allows employees to make personal copies from district printers for 5 cents a piece. Personal use of the fax machine will cost the employee a flat fee of $1 per page to send and an additional 5 cents per page to receive. These fees are at or below market price but still allow the district to recover direct costs. The computer usage policy has been updated to reflect advances in technology. Disk backup is now automatic through the network, so the employee no longer needs to do it. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay, board questions? Comments? Okay.
It's
Motion.
in line with the county's policy.
Yes, we use that as
Thank you.
guidelines.
All righty, all those in favor? Aye, okay, motion carries. Next item, item 14. So, I just receive and file, I believe, at this point. The rest, board's pleasure. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 15, receive and file. Okay, all those in favor? Aye, okay. Item 16, authorization to cancel October 14th. Okay. Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Informational agenda, 17 through 20. Got a motion? Need a second? Okay. Thank you. We'll adjourn to closed session. Thank you.
first closed session at 10:30?
No, there is yet to be final action taken before
Okay.
that.
I understand. Okay. Would help if I had an agenda. I got it. Okay. Now we have an echo. Hey, one of me is enough.
That's right.
Go a little late. The 5 of us into 15 of us, and that would have scared everybody. Oh, that's no fun. Okay, back to dull and boring. I'd like to reconvene the meeting of the Board of Supervisors and take the 1:30 time certain item, which is Ventura River Arundo Removal Demonstration Project. And Mr. Pratt will give us the report.
Good afternoon, Chair Michaels, Board of Supervisors, Mr. Johnson. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Ventura County Watershed Protection District, and I'm here to present you with the EIR for your consideration for the Ventura River Arundo Removal Demonstration Project. You're asked today to certify this document, adopt a mitigation plan, approve the statement of overriding considerations, and approve the project in general. I can give you more of a presentation if you like, but I'd like to point out that we have the chair of the Arundo Task Force here, our watershed ecologist, and the consultant who prepared the document in case you have any detailed questions on this project. Can I answer any questions?
Okay, questions, Supervisor? No questions? Yes, there is.
Just have one. Peggy, how are you involved?
I'm the chair of the Arundo Task Force.
That's it. Okay, great. Thank you.
These are for you. It's got your name.
I'll make a comment since we're beyond questions. This is just a great, clean project. I mean, we got no comments from, no comments from NIMS, from, Department of Fish and Game, from EDC or whatever. I mean, it's a great, clean, green project, and so, boy, it's a real winner when you can take something through like this and not get any comments at all.
It was interesting to see that a California condor was spotted out there in the area. Do you know when that was?
No, I don't. Do you, Pam?
Part of the existing conditions. That's nice to see.
Yeah. Well, it's, I know the Arundo Task Force has been working long and hard, and it's a terrible problem. It's just, but the fact that what I appreciated in reading the EIR was the recognition that there may be some short-term disruption to some habitat and some species. It's not a long-term problem you can mitigate. The ultimate goal will be reached, and it will be a tremendous improvement, and so I very much appreciate it, and I know what a problem that stuff has been, the non-natural habitat. Who brought that stuff here? Anyway, could we find out who that is? Okay, any further comments from the board? I have no cards on this item, so I'm assuming no one wishes to speak. Pardon? Well, I was going to say, I have a motion. I didn't want to say a second until I checked with the public to see if they were going to speak. But I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, it's unanimous, and all of the recommendations are adopted.
I'd like to thank
Good
the
job.
committee members. I mean, I know it wasn't where, particularly you, Peggy, but I know working on this thing is taking a lot of time and stuff, so I really appreciate it. Yeah, great.
Okay, we finished with the grand Okay, we're on item 49, I think. Okay. Now, if memory serves, we are now on item 49 on the regular agenda. We did the certificates of participation. We did the jury responses. Item 49 is, yes, authorization for the county purchasing agent to enter into a contract agreement for security services. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Paul Ruffin with the General Services Agency. I'm here to respond to any questions about the item.
Yes.
Yes. I just hope that we didn't have any applicants from the local county, Ventura County applicants.
We procurement sent out postcards inviting about 19 different firms to apply. 8 of those were inside of Ventura County.
Okay.
10 were within the state of California, and 1 was out of state.
And no one from Ventura replied, or no one qualified?
No one replied.
Okay. Okay. Just a quick question, I guess, because I have the experience in the East County Courthouse. What is in our contract when it comes to employees who don't perform or perhaps couldn't perform the duty and yet they're still hired by the company and placed? You know, in particular, we have probation offices, and then of course we've got the courts in the building, and a couple of times there were security personnel there that probably couldn't have chased anyone or stopped anything. And, you know, it was always of a concern to me because should there be a need, a couple of these personnel were physically incapable of moving fast enough to prevent anything bad from happening. So why do we have them there? Do we have some sort of requirement or
It would be placed upon
standard?
It would be placed upon the county to explain it to the contractor and expect the contractor to make a decision about removing the individual.
Okay.
If we cannot work something out with the contractor, then obviously we're looking at if they're somehow not complying with the terms of the contract itself.
Okay.
So if there's particular individuals or something that we need to know in GSA, I welcome the call to come to me or to the security manager.
But there is an expectation, or actually written into the contract, that the security personnel must be able to perform security functions, non-armed. I mean, do we have any control over that with the contractor, or are we just saying you provide the services? Okay, thank you. You got there. That's what I wanted. Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Action of the board? I have no card. I have a motion and a second. Any opposition?
I just have one question.
Oh.
Maybe you had the same question. I didn't hear the answer yet. But how about the people on duty now? The older people, will they be hired?
Most of them are being hired by the new company.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Item 51. Item 50 was withdrawn from the agenda. Item 51 is Supervisor Bennett's recommendation.
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, the motion carries. On the next item, I have a handout for the board that I would like to discuss after Supervisor Parks introduces her board letter.
This is an item that we continued from our last board meeting. It was to appoint Councilmember Claudia Bill de la Pena to the Santa Monica Mountains Advisory Committee. In the packet, I have also included a couple of pages from our administrative manual. One of them is regarding appointments. It states that the board appoints as a whole on recommendation of District 2 Supervisor. And that's the way it has been. You'll note the name on that is David Green. I had since appointed Elise Lazar to the position. Elise Lazar is an environmental attorney who had to resign because she had a remote potential conflict of interest being the attorney representing people against the development of Amundsen Ranch when the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy was considering purchasing it. The previous appointee from the previous supervisor was David Green. David Green is the developer of Lang Ranch. So the second item is also, I believe, from the administrative manual. Well, this was given to me determining what appointees I make. The heading is District 2, and as you can see, in addition to a Parks Advisory Commission, Planning Commissioner, District 2 is also to appoint the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. I'm asking that we appoint at this time Councilmember Claudia Bill de la Pena, a council member from the City of Thousand Oaks. I know that we previously had a discussion and the chair had requested that someone from her district be appointed onto the board. And at that time we had discussed that we would look into changing legislation, something that the full board, I think, supported. I don't know if any action's been taken to change legislation so that both districts could have representatives on there. I note that since we continued this item in July, that they did, the board, the advisory committee did meet. They did not have a quorum because we didn't have a person on that at that position. So I would like to move forward, allow the advisory committee to meet by having a quorum, and so would request that the board approve the recommendation.
Okay, thank you. And to explain what I have passed out to the board members and one to the clerk of the board, the map is a reference to the work program nominations. This was for the year 2000. We contacted the Conservancy. Nothing has changed. And we have drawn in kind of the county boundary, and then the boundary, the northerly boundary is between Supervisor Long and myself, our districts, and the southerly blue line is between the 2nd District and the 4th District. And just to reiterate what I had said before, if you look at the new projects and the acquisition projects, most of them are in, and I didn't even realize, Kathy's district has a considerable amount of property. The trail runs through as much of my project, my district, some of Kathy's. But if you look, because I'm kind of focusing right now on this discussion, Big Sky Ranch and all of that circles Simi Valley. And in the legislation, and we went back, I had the Conservancy staff and I had our clerk's staff, because I brought up the question in the last discussion, was the board's appointment ever assigned to the 2nd District? And it was not in any thing that we could find in the county, and the Conservancy has absolutely no formal action of assigning the Board of Supervisors appointment to the 2nd District. The conclusion is, and it's a weak one because we don't have formal evidence, but that because Jim Doherty appointed himself originally, and then Supervisor Maria Vanderkook and Supervisor Howard had struck an agreement that they would go back and forth, and that they would work together on the assignment, because at that time some of these other projects you see in green had already started. The Conservancy has since moved its boundary even farther north in what is acceptable for them to acquire land. There's also a letter from the City of Simi Valley who's quite concerned that somebody from the 4th District around the Simi Valley area be involved. This is an advisory committee, and the capacity of the advisory committee should be to consider all of the concerns of the stakeholders. So this was an opportunity, and I admitted fully last time, and I'm not trying to make this anything more than what I think it is, and it's a fairness issue for representation. Considering the changes that have taken place since the original legislation, which assigned seats at that time, Thousand Oaks City Council, Moore Park, and then named all of these people, but there wasn't any property where it is now, and nothing has changed. But the assignment was that this appointment to the advisory committee is a Board of Supervisors assignment. It's not district specific. I understand why Linda would think, why Supervisor Parks would have done, gone ahead and made the appointment because it was erroneously listed. All of that has been brought to light now, and I think that in the issue of fair representation, since we understand that it is a board appointment, not a second district appointment, at least to the very best of a lot of 60 pages worth of research in the government code and in our books, that was a clerk mistake, an error that was made. Yes, we can eventually go get legislation. I understand that. The legislation discussion that we had wasn't on this item. It was on the actual Conservancy Board issue that Supervisor Parks got this Board of Supervisors to vote for her to be the representative on the Conservancy Board. This is an advisory committee. So it may be true that we will have to go back, given what has happened with land acquisition. We may have to go back and perhaps get another board seat added in legislation to the Conservancy Board, perhaps expand the advisory committee. To me, the legislation that makes sense is as the acquisitions move, those areas affected would gain a seat. But we've already kind of made fools of ourselves at the state over this VCTC issue, being unable to resolve it at the local level. And so it would be my request that, given the representation already there from the Conejo Valley 101 corridor, Supervisor Parks herself sits on it, and a ton of Los Angeles people, that we take this opportunity to kind of right the wrong here, and then because this is, would be a 4-year assignment. I would be willing to make it a 2-year assignment under board prerogative, and say, okay, let's get somebody on there from the area most affected now, and then work with Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Long, however we could do that under the Brown Act, to come up with the type of legislation that we could work through to get equity and all of those other representations. But the truth of the matter is, right now, there's a tremendous preponderance of Thousand Oaks and LA people. And so there isn't a preponderance of people in the 4th District where this land is and where these projects are going to go on right now and are going to happen. So that's my request. I do have 2 cards. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I've tried to be as forthright about this as possible. Supervisor Bennett asked the last time, well, how did this happen? It went right by me. I wasn't paying attention. Supervisor Parks was new and was making all of these assignments, and I can't be any more than honest than that. I didn't look that closely at the assignments. However, when this one came up, it kind of came by itself, and it was the light bulb that said, wait a minute, what's going on here? So at any rate, the decision is up to the board because it is a board assignment. And no, because the thing is, I have some people in mind, and I want to work with the city council, but I don't have the authority to do that considering the previous discussion. It was tabled until we came back, and so I did not bother to ruffle feathers or get anybody excited until I found out the outcome of today's meeting, in which case I can move very quickly and perhaps have someone back this week, the coming meeting, and that way no one would be missing the meeting on the 28th or whatever, at the end of the month. So, but it is, to me, it's important in that I don't want meetings to be canceled because of lack of a quorum. On the other hand, this is a long-term decision, or could effectively be a long-term decision. So with that, let me call the cards, and then the board can have its discussion. The first card I have is Sue Becker.
Good afternoon. Hi. I'm Sue Boker. I live at 6684 Buttonwood up in Oak Park. I'm a District 2 resident, and I don't know, kind of like with personal problems, I think my district's the most important, of course. But I was looking through this list of committees, I'll turn it in, that everybody got appointed to, and it seems to me that Linda and John pretty much got shorted. Now, I can understand maybe John's a little old and tired and been at it a long time. I'm just kidding, Mr. Quinn. But Linda's new and energetic. And it seems to me that when she's only got 8 committees and 11, and 3 of them are alternates, that she deserves to continue on. Obviously, we're talking about the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy Advisory Committee. It's not a voting position. It has, sorry, I'm a little disorganized here, always been, Madge Schaefer was on there, not the man you mentioned earlier. I hope I didn't leave
Supervisor Jim Doherty. We're talking about the advisory committee.
I understand. I understand.
But that's not Linda's position.
The mission, I've lost my paper. The mission of the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy is to implement the comprehensive plan in the mountains. That was the original stated goal. That's why it's always been in the second district. That's why the advisory committee person has always been from the second district. Why there are so many LA County people is, I guess, because the Conservancy lives in LA County, and they're fairly populous. As far as being fair, I think absolutely that you should go forward with your plan to add somebody else from Ventura County. You're right, it's overwhelmingly populated by Los Angeles County, and only people, and only Linda and their advisory person is from Ventura County, except for Michael Berger, who I think is on the MRCA, which is also. And that would be another way that you might be able to get more influence, if that's what you're looking for from Simi Valley, is to form another JPA with the Conservancy. As far as being on the board, I mean, Joe has, it's true, extended his area of concern to the rim of the valley, and I mean, as far, it goes up past Santa Clarita and out to the desert, as far as I know. But it seems to me that the logical, well, the name of the agency is the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. The Santa Monica Mountains are in District 2. That's where the appointments belong from this county. If you want to add, that's a whole separate issue. But to bring it up and kind of throw it out there on the table today, it kind of really, it doesn't give us much time to think about what we want to say. The other part of it is that the appointment of the member of the commission from Ventura County must either be, it's state law, it's not just decided by the board of supervisors, but it must be the second district supervisor or somebody from the Thousand Oaks City Council. And then it makes some reference, the law makes some reference to their designee, which I would assume would be the advisory committee. I thank you for your consideration, and it's okay, John. Maybe you'll get more appointments next time.
I doubt it, because he asked to get off of most of those.
Oh, well, see, I made allowance.
Yes, he beat me up terribly over those. Okay, Mary Weisbrock.
Mary Weisbrock, Save Open Space, Santa Monica Mountains. Save Open Space Santa Monica Mountains represents hundreds of Ventura County residents, including residents from each of your districts. We support the appointment of Claudia De La Pena, Thousand Oaks City Council member, as the advisory appointee. We do not have access to the memo that Judy Michaels passed out. The agenda item is not listed in what she's asking you to do today. It's listed as whether you will approve Linda's appointment of Claudia De La Pena as the advisory member or not, yes or no. There's no agenda item that you consider doing different action than this. So I ask you to be fair today. Why is the 2nd District traditionally have all the let's say the appointment itself and then the advisory committee? Well, when the Santa Monica Mountains was established in 1978, the Santa Monica Mountains Comprehensive Plan was the law that established it in the Santa Monica Mountains Comprehensive Planning Commission. This is a map which I'll pass out to all of you of the Santa Monica Mountains Comprehensive Planning Commission that covers. The majority of it is in the 2nd District. Now, according to one of the main goals of the Santa Monica Mountains, it's to implement this comprehensive plan. This is one of their main goals, why they were established. And the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy is required by law to report violators of the plans. It mandated good planning for these to protect the natural resources of the Santa Monica Mountains. Now, in years that have followed, the Conservancy has broadened their scope, and there's the shift bill is in Congress to make it even all the way go to Santa Clarita. But one of the main goals is to implement the Santa Monica Mountains Comprehensive Plan. It has planning land use densities for different areas in the Santa Monica Mountains. And as Joe increased the boundaries, there is no land use designation for a way out further in Simi Valley, or further where he's increased is the rim of the valley. It's only in the original Santa Monica Mountains that we have these land use densities, and that the elected officials are to see that they're withheld or upheld. And then if they're violated, the Santa Monica Mountains has to, in their annual report to the state, report violators of these densities. So this is the reason why the 2nd District, it's in the 2nd District, and that we support that the advisory commission appointee be from the 2nd District, and she's actually a Thousand Oaks City Council person and is willing to do this. You have to drive very far to go to these meetings. And so we ask you to do the action that is on the agenda item and either vote to support Claudia De La Pena, which we support, or vote against her appointment. And please do not take any other action, because we haven't seen this new memo. We don't know we don't know to speak to it and to actually research to see the history. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the cards I have, so I will close the public portion of the hearing. And a lot of what was said is true. This is the original map. This is the map now. All of the brown is new acquisition and new projects. This is the 2nd District. So I don't want to belabor this point. We can, we had the discussion, and quite frankly, I think you probably had a hint that this was going to happen, because we had this discussion when the item came in July, and I asked the board to delay the item, and I gave them all of the reasoning. My problem was I didn't have all of the background information so that the board could make whatever decision they make, but make an informed decision. So both of us have had our say, and so it's up to the board to either ask questions or make a motion. Yes, sir.
I agree with you. It's time to make a decision and move on this. My position is going to be to support the appointment of Claudia De La Pena, and I would like to offer my rationale. I think you make a good case for more representation from your district and even Supervisor Long's district out there. And that I hope we could accomplish, and I would be very supportive of us coming together and making an official request for legislation to try to accomplish that. Now, saying that to say, well, why not do it now? The only reason, quite frankly, is the circumstances of how this appointment has come up. This appointment has come up because the person that Supervisor Parks appointed less than 9 months ago or whatever was faced with a potential conflict. It wasn't certain whether it was a conflict or not, but it was faced with a potential conflict. And the decision was made that that the better part, what's that? The better part of valor is discretion or whatever. Yeah. That it was just to be the super cautious, even though they didn't think it was a conflict, to be super cautious, let the person resign. And until they got by this particular issue, with the potential that the person could be reappointed once they get past this conflict issue. And so I believe a good faith decision was made to go ahead and resign because they knew that somebody with similar interest, views, et cetera, was going to replace that person and potentially have this. And so it's a little bit like somebody bought property thinking that they were buying property in an area, and it's a little bit like I voted on this other thing. The area next to you is zoned such and such, and that's why you bought this property, and now somebody wants to change the zoning. That doesn't mean that adding here or at a different time when we don't have it, but the particular circumstances right now, I think, make me come down on the side of saying, person resigned under good faith belief that another District 2 person was going to be appointed by or recommended by Supervisor Parks. And so that's why I'm there. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm going to differ a little bit on that. And I think the map is very telling, and I know we're really trying to be sensitive here. And what comes to the surface, to the top for me, and looking at how best to settle this, is to look at what was very much a decision that was made, and a good faith decision, and a conflict issue that was raised. But what that did was to bring back to this body the appointment to be made, and in that it also brought back to this body the history and perhaps the error that was made that created a decision of this body that now I think is before us to weigh and reconsider. Now, today we cannot do that. Today what is before us is just the request to make the new appointment to fill the vacated one from the conflict issue. But I think it gives us the opportunity where, whether you look at it as two wrongs don't make a right, to look at the fairness of representation. And frankly, looking at the 3rd District and a very significant part of the growth of the Conservancy now coming into the 3rd District, really weighing, and I fully support we need to go after some legislation for stronger representation on the Conservancy by the county board. To get another spot dedicated. But I think we have an opportunity here that we have a supervisor who is very, very committed in her district to the Conservancy, and the board respected that and made the appointment of Supervisor Parks to the board itself of the Conservancy. And then I think in fairness we would have an opportunity to have an appointment made to an advisory position from either the 3rd District or the 4th District that would then represent what is still a part of the goal of the Conservancy in the comprehensive plan, but also the growth boundaries of the Conservancy that I think brings in the opportunity to have a broader representation. So I would like to suggest that we approach this trying to bring some fairness to what is now some new information and opportunity, and see if we could do it that way, and not support the recommended action today and come back with further discussion and or recommended appointments.
Supervisor Flynn, do you have a comment?
Well, we do have a name before us, and I can't vote against the person because the person is fully qualified. But we do need to increase, broaden out, with more representation from your area and maybe from other areas, the advisory committee.
Well, it is an equity issue. As you all remember, we had this discussion when the board put Supervisor Parks on the Conservancy Board, at which time I had sought that appointment. We had appointed Mr. Berger, who had been elected as chair of the Conservancy Board before he was removed. And so that was fully understandable. It was Supervisor Parks' part of, as she said, part of her campaign platform and something she's been very involved in. But on the second hand, where we have this opportunity to then do something to mitigate my request as far as representation, I think that it's a little less than fair to say take 2 years to get legislation, but we're going to give both 4-year appointments. So that's why I do feel strongly about this, and you have a letter from the city of Simi Valley. Yes, and we can and we will go after legislation, but that's more for the Conservancy Board and adding other appointments from other districts to the advisory. But it's a balance issue to me, and I quite frankly don't find it an uncomfortable or a demanding compromise in that the voting position has gone to the 2nd district. So with that, I need a motion from someone.
Move the recommendation.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries.
Can I ask a question here? How about the idea of moving with some legislation? We talked about that before and nothing happened. Is that, I just heard you saying, is that something that needs to come from the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy Board itself?
No, I think this board can do it, and I certainly, I will work with the city of Simi Valley, and we will seek legislation, probably for another board appointment and a specific appointment for Simi Valley. It's just one of those things that this could have been done as an interim and more of a making us look good at the state. So when we went for this legislation, it didn't look divisive and it didn't look, anything less than positive. So yes, it will be done. The city, as you notice in the letter, they've already started. They started working on it actually before. When we had the conversation about the Conservancy Board, the issue is that there's just a minor problem up in the state right now, and people aren't focusing on much.
So is the goal to have it so it'll be introduced in January?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I would move that we take a position on it. Not today, we can't. It's not on the agenda, but that we bring it by.
Yeah, I will. I'll bring it back, I'm sure, when it's ready, and ask the board to take a position on it. Okay, with that, we will move to item 52. Am I correct?
Who's the
53. Civil Service Commission. We did you. And recommendation. Item 53, recommendation for appointment to county boards, commissions, and committees. And this is from Supervisor Parks. You can read the board letter.
Yes, I would just move the recommendations. These are less controversial. Commission for Women, Alcohol and Drug Advisory, and Affirmative Action Committee appointments.
Have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Employee Housing Assistance Program, item 54.
Yes, thank you. Bringing this to the board, looking at it, I hope the letter's self-explanatory, but looking at it as an opportunity for us to take a very small step, but yeah, it could be an important step to assist our county employees when they move into the housing market. The Coastal Housing Partnership is a nonprofit group that's been around for since 1987, and in fact, they've been very engaged already in our community in helping to sponsor housing forums. They'll be a sponsor for the forum this coming Friday. They are a group that really looked in the Santa Barbara community to initiate these kinds of tools to help employers, both private sector and government sector, with housing needs to help to provide for their employees in the way of assistance. And you see what the programs are that are offered by the Coastal Housing Partnership: the loan processing fee, credit report fee, home inspection fee, credits to buyers, etc. I checked locally with the Realtor Association, and I've talked with both the executive director and the president of the board of the Coastal Housing Partnership. Just wanted to be sure that there was both the sustainability, credibility, and acceptance in the community of the services they offer, and it strongly is there. It's very much supported by a strong group already of employers, and they have a very well-represented board. And they've also stepped into the rental market to offer discounts for rental properties with cooperating landlords, and all of this, of course, is voluntary. In Ventura County, there are 4 Ventura County employers: Affinity Bank, the City of Thousand Oaks, the Ventura County City Housing Authority, and Ventura City Housing Authority, and the Camarillo office of Penfield and Smith have joined the partnership, specifically looking at the rental opportunities and discounts, and 2 Ventura County apartment complexes, Cypress Point Apartments and Stonebridge Townhomes, Cypress Lane and Ventura, are part of the discount rental market landlords that are participating with this group. So I actually sat in on a panel with the Coastal Housing Partnership in a housing forum well over a year ago and was impressed with them, but then it was frankly Christy Madden and Mark Suma who brought this back to my attention and said their analysis thought that there would be an interest and support from the county employees to have such opportunity for such assistance and programs and services through the Coastal Housing Partnership. So I bring it forward for recommendation to support the necessary paperwork and payment of the fee for membership in the Coastal Housing Partnership.
I'll second that with my compliments. I think it's not a lot of money yet, but it's a good start.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I have one quick question, and it's only, I think it's a good idea, but my question is more procedure. Is this something that we're going to administer, so it's going to take staff time in that, or is this just our contribution and then our employees we're doing this as an employer?
That's correct.
Not as...
We're not administering it. They will make the information available to the employees. They will go through the Coastal Housing Partnership. They have they're online. They have all of the listing of different vendors that work with them, and it will not be administered by us.
Okay, that was
They do the outreach, and there will be the services are available.
Okay, so I guess my question, which wasn't quite clear, is that we're actually joining this partnership as the employer.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't quite clear on that, and I'm thinking, what are we doing here? So yeah, it's a great idea, and as a major employer in the county, I think it's something we should do.
Well,
motion and second.
If we get one county employee to use the services, it's paid for the cost of the membership.
Right.
And the savings for that employee, and helps them in their housing goals. So.
Good. Okay. Sounds fully supportive. I just was curious as to what our actual status was. Are there any further comments? Opposition? Okay. The next one is Supervisor Law.
Thank you. Next one's mine.
This appointment?
Oh,
or
yes.
did I skip one?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. The next item is a resolution authorizing the Director of Public Works to apply for Prop 13 watershed, blah, 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 as listed on the title on the agenda. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chair Michaels, Mr. Johnson, John Crowley with the Public Works Agency. This afternoon, we're asking your board to authorize the Director to apply for a Prop 13 grant for the Oriole Sewer Project, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Okay.
Good action.
Okay, I have a motion. Oh, second. I'm sorry, didn't hear it. Motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Good staff report. I like those. The next one is application California Integrated Waste Management Board's Local Public Education and Amnesty Day Program.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the board, Bill Likens, Environmental and Energy Resources Department. The item before you is to approve and adopt a resolution for an application from the California Integrated Waste Management Board for a public education entire Amnesty Day program. The requested grant funding totals $19,510, and if the funding is received, we will come back to the board, your board, for approval.
Okay, questions?
Any questions?
Comments?
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Why do we have the report of investments? I thought that was on the...
They were tied together.
Well, there's one in the consent calendar, and then there's one in the back. What was... Let me look. Maybe I'm the one that's...
I think we're different boards.
Okay, do we have anyone here, or do we want to just receive and file?
Move to receive and file.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second, and I see no opposition. The next item is item 59, the Public Finance Authority. Mr. Dursey.
Good afternoon. Paul Dursey from the County Executive Office. This, as I mentioned earlier this morning, this is item number 47's cousin. You're with your hat as the Public Finance Authority. Request your approval of the attached resolution.
Okay.
Any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer them.
Questions? Action.
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion and a second. Any opposition? Seeing none, the motion carries. Item 60 is the information agenda.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 1A05, the letter that came from the chair of the Orange County Board to your attention regarding the issues on the mental health realignment funds. I spoke with our CEO yesterday regarding this, and just to bring it out for the boards so that we all track this. This is, and John certainly assures us that the staff is already working on this one. It appears that there may be a real inequity in the realignment program. You're giving me the answer to this now? Oh, okay. So I would hope that this comes back to us in some report back from the CEO's office as to what steps we are going to, if in fact there is this inequity, what steps and staff participating.
Right. As a matter of fact, we just, Dave Stoll from our office and Karen Davis actually from Healthcare Agency are going to join in that committee group, along with Orange County and a number of other under equity counties, see what we can do in that regard and put our 2 cents in to hopefully get back our $6 million or so. I believe we're about almost $6 million under equity.
Yes, that's what it indicates.
Yeah.
It's asking for names of representatives to be forwarded regarding this, and the staff reps certainly are important. I hadn't had a chance to look into this at the state level with CSAC to see if in fact there's a CSAC representation on there with the inequity, with the counties that are facing this inequity. But if with latitude of the board, I may weigh in on this to help with staff with the realignment issue, because I have been participating in the realignment, prior realignment meetings.
You are the CSAC representative.
Right, we'd be more than happy to have you.
It's not a CSAC thing officially yet.
Well, I know, but...
Okay, thank you. Just want...
Since it wasn't on the agenda, I was just trying to make a way that the board could say that CSAC representative could weigh in.
So we will get feedback back on this one, yeah, because I have that down as one to get some more information on. So thank you.
Okay. Is there any further business to come? Pardon? Oh, I thought
Move to receive and file.
Second. I've got a motion and a second. No opposition. The motion carries. Item is finished. Agenda is finished. And we are adjourned until next Tuesday.
Well, this was long, but it's